don't know that that's true. Come on, Streamlabs, let's go. Okay, YouTube says we're now live. So I'm going to take that as being true, and, okay. Yes, okay, we should be live now. Let me exit out of that. 1 second. Let me get the dashboard up. Okay. Okay, we should be ready to go here. Yep. Okay. So, I wasn't sure whether I was going to stream tonight or not, but I decided at the last minute that I guess I will, just because, in the last few days, I've had a bunch of people messaging me about a few things, you know, about the election, about the Netflix cuties thing, which I really debated whether I was going to do a video or not the day that I saw it. Like, the day that I saw that shit, I was, like, locked and loaded to do a video on it. But I decided, you know what, I better wait on this, because I was getting conflicting reports about what was going on with it, and it appears to be just bullshit in terms of the response. So I might wind up doing a video on it, because I think a lot of people are holding back. I think a lot of people are holding back on it, even though it's something they really could hit hard. They just decided, you know, let's not, because it's pretty clear what it is. But if you actually watch the full trailer, I could tell you that that in particular is just total propaganda, and I was deciding which way I want to do with it. So I'm still debating on doing a video on that. Are people complaining about my volume? Is that what's going on here? Hang on. Let me check the microphone. Oops. No, the level is where it should be. I guess I'll turn it up on OBS. Streamlabs OBS. I'm not planning on talking super loud, at least for the time being. I should be loud enough. I should be pretty loud already. I guess I'll turn it up a little bit more on this end. There we go. I should be loud enough now, because now I'm touching the red. I'm pretty loud as it is, so I don't really think I need to be too loud. But I thought I would do this stream and check what I had saved and maybe talk about a few things, because like I said, I've had a bunch of people reaching out to me. I can talk about this up front. There was a raid on Grand Island in my area, which is like a few minutes, like barely 5 minutes from where I live, to me going over to Grand Island. And there was a fucking raid, and it was insane. Like, they raided some kind of fucking motel or some shit on Grand Island for 6 illegals. And they caught, let's see here, what was it? 3 were arrested right away and 3 ran. So they started roaming around Grand Island. And Grand Island is not that big, but there's a lot of woods. So you can hide pretty easy on Grand Island if you wanted to. And so they started doing a manhunt for these guys. And I'm surprised that it actually made the news. I'm surprised. And it's usually because, like, any kind of shit like this that happens in this area, like, there's raids in this area all the time when it comes to illegals. And because we're right by the border, it's rarely ever discussed on the news. The only time they ever bring up any kind of, like, immigration shit is when they catch somebody with weed or coke or some shit. You know, they're smuggling over the border. That's usually the only time it makes the news. So this is pretty rare from my position. that it's actually reported on when they're catching some fucking illegals in this area. And Grand Island is funny enough because it's small enough that you wouldn't expect there to be very many illegals, and like it was in this instance, they got 6 people. But man, I can tell you, whether it's the northern tier of Western New York or it's the southern tier, the more rural you get, dude, I already told this story before, but you will have run-ins with like just truckloads of illegals, and it's like, whoa, what the fuck? But yeah, let's see if this has any actual audio. Okay, it's just car passing noise. But yeah, they caught this guy, and I don't know who this guy in the blue shirt is. He might be a good Samaritan or a cop, I don't really know. But they were pretty fucking aggressive with catching this guy, because it took them like hours to find him. Like hours, like all fucking day to find this guy, I believe it was. But yeah, it's just funny. Yeah, 3 hours to find the final guy. It took them hours to get this fucking guy. But I thought I'd bring that up because that's some local news in my area. I might have to change this from a Hangout to a news stream just because of this. But I thought it was funny. Just because it's so rare. I've also been debating, and you can determine this from the name of the stream. I've been debating doing another video on the election because, in all honesty, I can tell you that I think a lot of people are now saying the same thing as me. So I was going to do a video on this, but it seems like a lot of people are now reporting on it. Like Tim Pool's been reporting on it. Styx Hexenhammer's been reporting on it. It seems like the dip in the polls that Trump had about like 2 months ago, the dip in the polls he had, which hurt him, didn't really hurt his enthusiasm. And when it comes to courting your base, that's what really matters. So it seems like in the time that a couple of months ago where his national polling dropped, it seems to have now risen back up. And I would say that as it stands now, the video I was going to do is basically that as it stands, this is really Trump's election to lose. Because I've taken a look at some very specific polls in Ohio and with Florida. There's been 2 polls that I got from there. They're not your normal polls that you'd see in Real Clear Politics, which is what Styx uses and I use generally. It's local polling and local data, and it also incorporates enthusiasm. And unfortunately, I lost one of the links. I'd have to dig them up if I wanted to do a video on this. But in 2 of whatever it is, the 6, I want to say, key states that Trump needs to win or potentially win, it appears that irrespective of my previous criticism of Trump's bad campaign, and I still stand by that criticism, it seems right now that there's a strong chance that Trump is going to take Florida and he's going to take Ohio. And so those are 2 of the 6 states he needs to take. And I would say that if my numbers are correct, and I have to double check the math on the Electoral College, but I do think that he only needs one more state. That he only needs like another state like Ohio or Michigan, and that's the election. I'd have to double check, but I believe that to be correct, that you just need 3. If you get Ohio and Florida, you need 1 more. And people in the chat can double check that Electoral College math, but I think that's correct. And so if you were a betting man, I would say that at this point the safe bet is on Trump. It doesn't really seem very likely at this point that Biden's pathetic campaign is going to manage to actually pull it off in the states where he desperately needs to. That doesn't really seem to have happened. He's got a month left. He's got a month left to, and I mean this in the case of Biden, he has a month left to really gin up his numbers in the states that matter. And if you go on Real Clear Politics and other sources that Tim might cite or Styx might cite, and I know Styx will cite them, they're still giving Biden like +10, +9, +15 in these states that I'm talking about. And that's just not fucking true. There's no effing way that Biden is up in Florida. There's no fucking way that he's up in Ohio. It's not to tell you that he can't win Ohio or Florida, but it is to say that I don't believe polls that say that he is currently up in Ohio or Florida. There's no fucking way. Because one of the sources that I can give you, and I guess this is kind of pulling the pin on the video, is this research by Gallup into American satisfaction with the United States. And the difference was Republicans versus Democrats. So in earlier 2020 or late 2019, you had about 45% satisfaction with the way things are going in the United States. And these polls appear to be pretty accurate to the particular issues. But after COVID-19, Republicans became very unsatisfied. That's where you see this 45 to 13% drop. That was Republicans. And the question is, okay, I'm not questioning the data. It appears to me that the data is correct. The question then is, we can identify who it is, and it's Republicans. Who do they blame? Who do they blame for their loss of satisfaction? And as far as I can tell, and this is a separate question, but who do you blame, if anyone, for your sudden dissatisfaction with the way things are going in the United States? And overwhelmingly, and I had another information on this. I think this was from Breitbart. I had to double check if I can find this. I don't know if I have it handy. But I had another poll from Breitbart where it was overwhelming when asked from Republicans. They blame Democrats for COVID. They blame Democrats for, and true or not, it doesn't matter, for the riots and what's been going on in the meantime over the summer. They've been blaming Democrats particularly. And I think my analysis based on these factors is that what the left wants in the situation is for Republicans, your average Republican, to say, oh, it's Trump's fault. It's congressional Republicans' fault. Oh, I'm so depressed. I'm so unsatisfied. I'm so unenthusiastic. I'm going to stay home on Election Day. That's what they want. But my belief is that based on these numbers, based on this, what's happened over the summer, I think that this has in fact spurred more enthusiasm and more incitement on behalf of the right to get out and vote in November. So I think that COVID, as bad as it has been, and I think that it has made this year for myself one of the worst years of my fucking life. But for everybody else, I know that I know a lot of people that are feeling similar to that fashion, that this year has been particularly bad in their life. I think that what needed to happen for the left was that the general right, so your right wing, your center right wing, and your centrists, the independents, they look at the situation and they blame Trump, they blame Republicans. But the fact is that those, based on what I know, and I don't have the Breitbart figures in front of me, I'm sorry, but I didn't save them on Twitter. As far as I can tell, maybe somebody in the chat can find that poll when I'm talking about who Republicans blame for what's going on. The independents that lean right, the center right, and the right, they all blame the left. They all blame Democrats, rightly or wrongly, for what's going on. And it's for everything, regardless of COVID, handling of COVID, the riots, policing, every one of these issues, it all aligns, that they all look at the left and they blame them. And my analysis on that is that it is going to lead to more Republicans voting in November for Republicans. I think that it's going to help the Republicans generally in November. So this was the absolute wrong thing, if you were the Democrats, that you would want to happen. And I don't know this for a fact. This is just my analysis here in the end of August. But this is my analysis as it stands. And so when it comes to the polling numbers in Ohio, the polling numbers in Florida, and these other states, if they claim that Biden's up by 10, even though we can prove that his enthusiasm hasn't grown at all since Kamala Harris, since doing the DNC convention, like his enthusiasm hasn't grown at all. And so the fact remains is that he's a weak candidate going against a strong candidate, that even though Trump's campaign is a fucking unmitigated disaster, there really is no strong campaign on the other side to meet it. So it's two weak campaigns butting heads, but a weak candidate that is hiding away from a strong candidate. And I would say that and I think Tim and Styx have both said this, and it's my analysis as well, give me one or two good performances by Trump in a debate, and I'll call it then, that this election is fucking over. Because I, at this point, don't think Biden has a very high chance of winning the election. And I think that if Trump, who just put out a decent platform, and I know that Tim just covered that, and I watched that video, and I agree with a lot of it outside of the issues that I take with it have to do with a total miss on dealing with universities and big tech again. But in large part, it's a fine platform. It's not crazy in any conceivable way. And so if you present that to the public, which I very much hope the Republicans manage the message finally on something, I think that'll be enough to sort of, Trump will kind of be just standing on the platform of the party, and the party will, crawl across the finish line. It won't be Trump's fault because he's just standing there, but I think that the inertia of everything, of him included, will just be enough to win him the election. And the level of the victory, I'm not willing to say like others that it's necessarily going to be a landslide, and maybe in the past I've said something to that effect. I would say at this point that I'm not willing to say that based on the fact that I don't know what's going on in Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. But as far as where I'm sitting right now, Trump is ahead in Ohio and Florida, and those are two key states that he desperately needs to win. And being that Biden's not currently doing much in the way that I can see in pursuing those states outside of ad buys and shit, the campaign's already weak. He's a weak candidate. That's not going to be enough. And if they do actually do some kind of debates, which is like, here we are heading into fucking September, and I don't know anything about any of the debates, what's going on with them. If he does these debates, he's not going to do well. Even if he can manage to hold this shit together, his autistic outbursts and that, even if he manages to rein all that in, Trump is just going to do what he did to Hillary and just dominate him. And he's going to look weak and stupid, and Trump's going to look potent and dominant. And the fact is that Americans love a strongman leader. And I think that's been one of the reasons why the Republican base has basically developed a cult of personality around Trump. It's because he's a strongman politician, and that's what they wanted, and that's what they got. Joe Biden is the opposite. He is a wheeling, dealing, schemer scumbag. I would say that's the best way to describe him. And let me find an article. This was a very viral article for like Politicos. Where is it? I just had it in front of me. Here it is, from Politico. I don't know how many people saw this article. It's a long as fuck article, but it gives you, in my sense, a decent view. I know people are saying that it was a very negative view of Biden because Barack was pretty much calling him a fuck up, but it sort of goes through who Biden is, what he's like, the differences between him and Obama, what the separation was, where he was then as vice president and where he is now. And I've said this before, and I think in hindsight, I'm going to be proven so right about this. He's weaker than Romney. He's weaker than Kerry. He's weaker than Gore. He's one of the weakest candidates in my lifetime, and I think the numbers on Election Day are going to reflect that. I think that if he's going to win a bunch of these states that are battleground states, he's going to win it by a fucking sliver and not by a mile. I can't think of one state, including even some state like Wisconsin, which he's currently up in. They have him as like plus fucking 15 in Wisconsin. I don't think it's going to be plus 15 in the end. I think he's going to win that state potentially by 5 and 10 points would be surprising. 10 points would be surprising for him winning Wisconsin. It would probably be, I would say maybe 5. I have him up in Wisconsin, but only up by like 5. And that's still a margin of error depending on how, your data is. It's not a strong lead, but I would put him up in Wisconsin. However, even in Michigan, I'm not sure, and in Pennsylvania, I haven't really paid attention to it, so I don't really know. But I would say that that's the only real state that I see him ahead in is in Wisconsin, and it's by, I would say, around 5 points. That's my estimate. But if you go through all the polls and shit, everyone is like +9, +10, +11, +15. They have him up by insane digits in Wisconsin, and I flat out don't believe those numbers. It would be unprecedented for Hillary Clinton to lose that state and for a weak candidate like Biden to come back and take the fucking state by like 20 points or some shit. I don't believe that. That's not possible. It would be like him winning fucking Ohio by 20. It's not going to fucking happen. You're just bullshitting these numbers. I don't believe them, Let me take a sip here. Got some nice sparkling water. Carbonated water. Let me check the chat, see what you guys are saying. There won't be any live debates. Well, I think that if there won't be any live debates, I don't know if that'll necessarily help Trump. I think that live debates will greatly help Trump. I don't really see a scenario. I think that at most Biden can pull off like a decent finish to one debate. I could see him doing one good debate. But I think that Trump is going to come out with just fists fucking flying. And that's not just my estimation. I've seen like 5 people that talk about politics that have talked about the fucking debates, and everyone thinks that Trump in one of these debates is going to come out and just start fucking swinging for the fences. I watched Signs yesterday with Mel Gibson, which is an M. Night Shyamalan movie. It's an okay film. I have a particular soft spot for it because I think it's kind of quippy and funny in certain instances. I think it's decently written and well cast. Joaquin Phoenix is in it, and after Joker, dude, when I watch Signs, I can appreciate him being in that film so much more. Oh God, what was I going to say about that film? In the case of Trump, it's going to be like the end of Signs where Mel Gibson tells Joaquin Phoenix to swing away with his baseball bat from when he was setting records. It's going to be like that. Swing away, Meryl. It's going to be like that Trump in the fucking debates. I think he'll do very well. No, people that say New York State is going to go red, they're smoking crack. Anyone that tells you that... I had Sargon talk to me about this in private the other day. He asked me about that, and I live in New York. What are you talking about? What in the world are you talking about that this state is going to go red? Show me any information that implies that. Because I've seen people claim that Andrew Cuomo is not popular, and that's just not true. Because of COVID, his popularity is shot through the fucking roof among partisans, and that's the majority in this fucking state. So, this state going red, yeah, fucking right. I just don't understand. Like, you have to show me something. Give me any kind of information. Because I live here. I live in New York, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So yeah, anyone that says New York State is going to go red, you got to give me some fucking information on that, or you're smoking crack. Because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Let's see. Let me refresh this. I think I got a couple donations here. Yeah, Josiah says, damn, now I ain't gonna get any sleep tonight. That's too bad. Matt says, hey, Louis, you watch Lilith Lovett have a complete meltdown after that fucking pedophile got gunned down. Now she was literally coming out and asking if Lilith is tired from carrying libertarians at her back. What? Well, the thing is that there is, like, I'm not sure of Lilith's politics exactly, but if she is, let's say, a libertarian, when it comes to, like, fuck the police, like, there is a heavy crossover between libertarian types and the far left. And it's for semi-similar reasons, but ultimately I think that while the libertarians are paranoid in a fairly decent sense, like I can understand where they're coming from, and they're concerned about people's rights and that sort of thing. The problem is that when you're a libertarian, when it comes to economics and your philosophy around it, it's just one of those things where I have to, like, bend my knee to you Kaepernick style, or bend to you like Obama to the emperor style. Like, I pretty much have to just drop my flag when it comes to philosophy and economics, because it appears to me that, especially even now with COVID, that libertarians are right on the economy. But as it relates to society, that's where I beg to differ with libertarians, because I think that with libertarians, and I've said this many times in the past with the left, I think it's equally true about libertarians, in that they live in a world of abstraction, that socially speaking, they're pretty weak. They don't really have a moral case outside of leave me alone, I want to grill, and that's fine. But the fact is that just because you say leave me alone, I want to grill, doesn't mean some cocksucking jogger's not going to walk up behind you and put two in the back of your fucking head and steal your fucking grill. And I know that certain libertarians understand that, and that's why they're 2A advocates, and they get it. Like, the militia-type libertarians, they're good. They're fine. But there is a streak of libertarians that are what I would call pacifist pussies. I say this on Twitter, I say this on streams, I say this in certain videos. Pacifist pussies. People that think that, and this is a case of libertarians, you think, okay, NAP, everyone's going to just agree to it. We're all, I'm going to agree to it. I'm not going to violate your rights, and I know you're not going to violate mine. That's fine. You stay on your yard, and I'll stay on mine unless you invite me over, and I'm willing to invite you over. We're cool. We're rational. But that's the problem. What people, perhaps, like Lilith, may not understand is that there are criminals everywhere, and I mean that. And it's on a spectrum of degree of criminality. They're everywhere. They're all around you. And certain people, and you can see this with criminals, they're not rational, they're not reasonable, they don't give a fuck about your life, they don't give a fuck about your values or your philosophy or your abstractions. They want your shit, and they are willing to fucking kill you to take it. They're willing to kill your kids, they're willing to kill your dog, they're willing to kill everyone and anybody in front of them to get to whatever the shit they're trying to get to and take. They're not rational. They're not reasonable. And they do not respect your value as a person. I do. I respect your value as a person. They don't. And the issue is, based on that knowledge, both in a philosophical sense and the fact that I have had those experiences in my own life with getting a Glock stuck in my face by some jogger in Buffalo, it gives you the basic understanding that while I know the majority of people to be good, I am keenly aware of the deviants out there. And I think, based on that, they should be given no quarter. So if you have a convicted child abuser, I don't know if it was sexual abuse or just physical abuse, a domestic abuser, allegedly based on the call, fought with cops previously. So this guy, and I think he had a gun charge against him as well. So violent, had a gun charge, child abuser. This guy is a fucking piece of shit deviant. And now, does that mean him getting shot to death by a cop who, it's like that case of the one guy running away and the cop just stops and shoots him in the back with a handgun and plants a taser on the ground? Is that what I'm agreeing to? No. But if this guy is resisting arrest, cops have their guns drawn, and this guy's running to his car, and they're trying desperately to keep him from getting in his car, and they think he's grabbing a gun, and they shoot him, I don't give a fuck. If I'm on that jury, I'm going to ask, well, what did you think was going on? And the cop goes, well, as far as we knew, he had a gun charge against him. He was in the middle of beating his fucking wife. We had to intervene. He was already violent. He was getting violent with us, and he takes off to his car. We weren't sure if he was going to ride away or, we saw him reaching for something, so we fucking shot him, and he's not dead. So, very lucky on his behalf how many rounds they shot into him. But if I'm on that jury, I'm being like, well, he's a deviant. Fuck him. The problem is he's still alive. Because if he were dead, we'd be living in a better society. One less deviant criminal that's willing to kill you and I to get whatever. This drink in my hand, this Perrier carbonated water. He's like, hey, I want that. You'll fucking kill me for it. You don't think so? Well, you don't know these people. And so I said to Short Fat Otaku, and I said this to Lilith, and I'm not trying to condemn them or anything like that, but people are bringing them up because we just had this spat on Twitter. I said to them, and I think I said this to Shu or Chris Reagan, I don't remember who I said this to, but I'm like, okay, let's you and I live stream us walking down Bailey Avenue in Buffalo. And I'd have to cruise through Buffalo to remember the spots that I want us to go to. But let's go to these spots in Buffalo that I've been to. Let's go to the street that I had this random black guy stick a gun in my face. Let's go to that street. Let's go find that guy, and I'll go introduce you to him. And you tell me how the cops are pigs and how I'm an asshole or anything else. Anything. Let's go. Let's go meet that guy. I'll introduce you to him. And you know what we'll do is I'll have you say to that guy, just to prove me wrong, that, reason can prevail and that sort of thing. You go up to that guy and you tell him white lives matter. Or you go up to him in a MAGA cap. He'll fucking murder you. And I'm not saying that at the top of my lungs. I'm not saying that to be racist. I'm not saying that for any other reason than I met him. And because I was parked too close to his house, he stuck a gun in my face and told me he was going to fucking kill me if I didn't immediately leave the area. And that was it. That's all I did. That's all I did in that situation to warrant the guy sticking a gun in my face that was loaded. I could tell. Sticking a loaded gun in my face and telling me he was going to murder me right then and there was being just a couple inches too close to his house. And that's hardly the only interaction that I had with a hardened criminal in those 4 years that I was a PI. You have to understand that there are people in this world that are deviant and that we have no choice. Like, you and I, everyone listening to this, like all of us, Dev, Lilith, we're all good people. We're all rational people. Like, if we ever met up, we'd probably have a drink, we'd tell jokes, we'd laugh, we'd probably have a great time and say at the end of it and go on Twitter and say, oh man, we had a great time, we took a selfie, these are great people, and we would have a great interaction, even if, I know we probably agree far more than we disagree, but even let's say we disagreed on a ton of shit, everyone in this conversation is a rational individual. That even if we disagree passionately, we're not going to, start, throwing blows or some shit like that. It's a joke in that way. But you have to understand that I know that there are people in this world that are not normal. They're not like you and I. They are sociopathic. They are psychopathic. Even if you can't diagnose them with a disorder, with some kind of anti-personality disorder, I just call it deviant. They are deviant, and they are willing to take your life on a fucking whim. And so if those people get blown away, good. That's my position. And I think that I can substantiate that position in several ways. And it also doesn't say that I trust the state or I'm bootlicking for the state, because in large part, I'm still against the death penalty because I don't trust the process. I don't trust the state. But who I do trust most of the time, they don't always get it right, but I do trust a cop to, in the position where he believes his life to be threatened, to pull that fucking trigger and mag dump on that piece of shit and make this a better country. I mean, you can't put it really in a policy, but that is the real outcome. I think it is demonstrable. Think of that guy's family, the wife he beat or the girlfriend he beat. Think about it's probably his own kids that he abused. I mean, what are the odds that it's not his own kids? If you look at the crime stats, what are the odds that it's somebody else's kids that he abused and not his own? I'm not going to lose a wink of sleep over this guy. I'm not. But that isn't to say that all the shootings are the same. It's not to say that every shooting is justified. It's not to say that the cops are always right. And it's not to say that criminals always deserve death. But it is to say that your actions in life weigh against you. And there are plenty of people who do good in this world and get taken out for no good reason. They get killed in a car accident, they get cancer. I'm sure that we all, in our lifetimes, we have been exposed to a million stories of a decent person, a person that is added to this world, that got taken out early for no good reason. Those are the stories that I think we should be concerned with. Some guy who is a serial killer, who is a child abuser, who is violent and willing to be violent with police officers, who I couldn't imagine in a million years me fighting a fucking police officer. I've said this before. I can't imagine that time outside of I'm in a bar and I got a MAGA cap on and he's out of uniform and he's drunk and he starts attacking me. Maybe then I defend myself. Some sort of bizarre situation like that. And I'm sure we can all imagine that, where it's defensive and he's out of uniform and he's intoxicated and he's just attacking us, not because we're guilty of anything, but because he's out of control or some shit. The issue is that I think we need to set standards for behavior. And that is one of the problems that I would have with maybe someone like Dev or Lilith or many others. I think that in terms of our societies, we need to draw a line. I imagine that Lilith is a little bit more libertine than I am. But I think that irrespective of what we would like society to be, what our ideals are, we need to look at the reality as it is and say to ourselves, should there be a line? And I know that I, if given the opportunity for a conversation, very likely could get Lilith to agree that there should be lines in our societies. There should be lines in terms of behavior. And that it's proper to enforce these lines with force. Not just, fines or, hello, could you please, that sort of deal. No, with force, physical force, that is required. And I think that at this point in time, when there's riots, where there's anti-white hate crimes that are rampant till to this day, where we already know that when the cop that killed George Floyd gets let off because, as far as we can tell, he just did some bad shit in terms of kneeling on his neck, but this guy had a fucking fentanyl overdose, so that's pretty much what happened. That when that's the rendering by the courts, Minneapolis is going to get burned to the ground for the second time. They're going to light the ashes on fire. And there's probably going to be more riots than just in that city for no good fucking reason. When all of this is going on, I think that it is imperative on us to be more willing to draw the lines and set the lines and defend the line rather than practice apologetics for people that, in my view, truly do not deserve your mercy. There are people in this world that do not deserve your mercy. Because these are people that, given the opportunity, would fucking murder you. And not for any good reason, but for reasons that you and I, we don't understand. It's irrational to us. It makes no sense to us. There are people who will murder you for no reason that you and I can fathom, that can understand. It will be just on their whim. They do not have the impulse control that you and I have in terms of our rage or our desires. They don't have that. They're not normal. They are deviant. And I think we should be talking about that in particular. Not to justify every shooting, not to justify every cop on the force. There's plenty of incompetent cops that I would very much like off the force. You had that instance in New York City where the cop who was trying to stop the one woman vandalizing, quote-unquote, the Black Lives Matter mural in front of Trump Tower, which it got vandalized like 2 times, like once the other day and another time the week before. Like, it keeps being vandalized like every fucking week. But a while ago, there was this woman that was smearing black paint on it. I think she was black. And a cop was trying to pick her up, and he like fell really strangely. And like, he didn't hit his head, but he acted like he did. And he's like writhing around. And it's just like, there you go. That's my experience. I've investigated plenty of cops with fucking workers' comp fraud, and that's what that was. That was fucking disability fraud. And everyone's like, no, Louis, you're wrong. He really did hit his head. Oh, no, he didn't. That's a workers' comp case if I've ever seen it. A workers' comp fraud case if I've ever seen it. And that's what I mean. Like, I don't think cops are just innocent saints who can do nothing wrong. I've investigated cops. I spent half my fucking the last 4 years when I was working investigating corrections officers. You don't think that I'm very much aware of how awful the bureaucracy in the state is and the agents of the state? You don't think I'm aware of that? But the fact is that I'd rather have a crooked cop on my side who's out exaggerating a workers' comp claim than a fucking deviant on my side. Because I think one is just trying to get some extra money in their pocket, and the other is a fucking lunatic, irrational individual that will kill me on a whim. And I think the only people that don't understand that have never met that kind of person. I think that that kind of experience really opens your eyes as to what kind of people are out there. And like I say, the example of the guy sticking a Glock in my face, that was one example in 4 years of experiences. I'm not going to rip on Shu. I have people even messaging me to rip on Shu. I'm not going to do that. I don't really care. She blocked me. I don't really care. Like, I just made fun of her a little bit, and that was it. That's the end of it. I honestly don't really give a shit, you know? I'd rather deal with Lilith. I'd rather deal with Dev anytime, because I know they're rational. But with Shu, I don't really want to speculate, because she's the person that I've had... Dude... Over the last, 5 fucking years, I can't begin to tell you how many people that watch me have said to me over and over and over again to do a video on her. And initially, there was like a few years ago that I wanted to, but the reason I didn't was because back then she was still friends with friends. You know, she's friends with Sargon, she's friends with Dev, she's friends with this person, that person. And I don't really want to attack somebody that is... a friend of a friend. I don't want to create drama. I don't want that to be this channel. But at that point, even then, I think she deserved it. However, the point is that as we are now, it's like, I don't even want to do it now because it's such a lost cause. Like, unlike somebody like PewDiePie or even Bookie or Ethan once upon a time who I wanted to do better with Shu, I'm not fucking bothering. Like, I threw in that towel a while ago. Because, like I said in a tweet, like, she's just gone down the path. She's just down the path of the left at this point. And I even said this to Dev the other day. We were playing Bannerlord. I said this to him, that it's just a matter on the left, if you go down this path of material equality and everything else, you just disappear. You just go down that road and you're just done. You're gone. And the only person that's going to get you out of that is yourself. And so the fact is that I just don't want any involvement. I just don't. There's no reason to. There's no more bridges. There's nothing really left to do. And I don't really see anything that I could gain from it outside of drama clicks. And that's what I'd be accused of. I'd be accused of, oh, you're just doing this for the drama because of what it is now. And it would be the potential of not necessarily her, but somebody else reporting my channel and getting me taken down like fucking Leafy. I'm harassing her. So, I just don't want to. It's just not worth the time. I stand to gain little, and I don't think it's going to do any good. The reason I did those videos on those people was because I did it on Angry Joe. I've covered Angry Joe over and over and over again. And it's because, as many of you who have written off Angry Joe, I genuinely want Angry Joe to wake the fuck up. You know? I don't even need him voting straight to Trump or wearing a MAGA hat or any shit like that. I just want him to wake the fuck up and stop misrepresenting what's going on around him. That's what I want. I want more honesty. And it's partially the reason I haven't written him off is because he has bounced around, and I don't follow him every day in terms of what he's doing, but I see the potential for him to be honest because he has been in the past, and it's not even been the distant past. But with certain people, it's just like, I'm not going to gain anything from this, and they're just so far down the line, down the path of the left wing that there's just no fucking hope, dude. You either stop, and I think Dev is like this. Dev is somebody who stopped in his tracks and is just holding on for dear life against the river. Like everyone that's left who's still on the left, everyone is just rushing down the stream to fucking communism. And he is basically like holding onto a log or holding onto a boulder, an anchor. He's anchored himself in the river and he's desperately clinging to it. But the fact is that he's alone. He's fucking isolated. He's done. He's alone. Because the left is just, everybody's rushing to the far left. Everyone. And there is no hope. There is no hope to redeem the left. It's gone. There's nothing left. It's basically the machinery of the Clinton era and fucking communism. That is it. That's the fucking left. You got boomers and you have communists. Because, dude, it's amazing to me how many people, and that includes myself, who is basically, pulled the chute and just said, fuck it, I'm out. Just forget it. There's nothing left. And there are people that wouldn't, I would say Sargon's like this, where he doesn't want to refer to himself as right-wing, even though he fucking is, and he's just a liar. He is a liberal, but that doesn't mean he's not right-wing. He just might not be very right-wing. But the fact is that on the left, there is just nothing left. Like, you can't be a liberal on the left anymore. If you have any concepts in being philosophically liberal, like you're fucking Belle Delphine and you're philosophically liberal, you can't be a leftist anymore. That's just the fact of the matter. You're either alone going against the current of the river where everyone is pushing you downstream, or you bail out. You pull your chute and you're, fuck it, I'm out. Bye. Goodbye, everyone, I'm out. And that's what I did. That's what I fucking did because I knew there was no hope. I realized that the struggle was meaningless. That it was never going to get better. It was only ever going to get worse. And there were more people going down the path to communism than there were in any way holding on. It was just almost no one. And it's still that way. So I said, all right, fuck it. Make America great again. To hell with all of you. Make my fucking tortilla. Make my fucking burrito. I'm like that guy out in whatever it was, California or Arizona, wherever it was. The guy with all the tattoos. Go make my fucking burrito. I'm him now. Fuck it. I don't care. Fucking Sargon and I have been laughing about this for a long time. About Tim Pool. Like, Tim Pool, he is becoming right-wing. He could say whatever the fuck he wants. Tim Pool is becoming right-wing. You can see in these videos now, and I know a lot of people are saying, oh, he's a boot polisher, he's a grifter, he's just a promoter or a hype man. I am saying that based on what I've seen of him, I think he is like being radicalized to the right. It's like his radicalization is like moving from extremely center left to like extremely center right. He's radical center right, but in my view, he is going right wing, and it's just hilarious. Do you think Trump will take Oregon and New York? There's a lot of money that can be made on betting sites for those states. I don't know fucking Oregon from, provinces in Canada. See how many corrections I get. But with New York, dude, I've lived in New York my whole life, and we can't even like elect the most limp dick Republican. Like this state is so far down. Like, but the thing is too, I've already said it that New York can be redeemed, but you're just gonna have to basically put a Trump in office in New York. Basically, a combination of Trump and Rudy Giuliani, who's governor, and who through that office will control every aspect of the state, because that is how the state is organized. Then maybe fucking, I don't know, we have an influx of like every Polish person and like whoever in the world you can find who's like radically anti-communist. We literally bring in millions of those people into New York. There's a chance then we go fucking Republican. But outside of that, we bring in all of Poland. How? Based on fucking what? This state is going to go red. I just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's not even campaigning or anything going on in my area. I haven't seen one fucking thing about Syracuse, Rochester, Albany, Buffalo. I'm not seeing fucking anything as it relates to Trump campaigning. Nothing. Nothing. Not even you drive and honk your horn or some bullshit. Nothing. Absolutely nothing in terms of campaigning. And there have been absolutely minimal campaign ads in this area. I have seen more campaigning with people putting shit on their lawns than anything in radio or news or anything. Most of what I've seen has been online. And I don't think that it's necessarily specific to just my area. I think it just might be a general campaign on YouTube or whatever. So, I don't know where the fuck you guys are getting New York going red from. I don't know where you're getting this from. You're going to have to tweet me some kind of fucking link, because I seriously don't know what the hell you're talking about. Gettr says, and that was from Josiah, the last question, but Gettr says, the people who disagree with you have never walked among the joggers. Being 300 pounds was such a blessing while being white working in Baltimore. Some people can only be deterred. I guess. I mean, I'm not sure if I get exactly what you're saying with that last part about Baltimore. But it's not even being among black people, because it's just low-class people. It's not necessarily black, because when I was growing up, I knew kids who were black, who were Hispanic, and a variety of Native and the rest. I knew plenty of kids who were like middle class and not white, who were completely normal. The issue is being around low-class people. I have interacted with poor white people, and to me, and every time it happens, it's like an eye-opening experience. Like, holy shit. Like, these people are so strange. And so when people talk about class in the United States, I do think there's a class barrier. I honestly don't think that very many upper middle-class people have ever interacted with, like, not even working class, but like straight up poor people who do work but are just poor people. I have interacted with them, not a great deal in my experience, but I have, and it's just, you can tell the difference between somebody who has been to college and who hasn't. And I'm not saying that to be an elitist, but it is my general experience. When I've been in rooms of people, none of whom have been to college, I can generally tell that. And I can generally tell with people who have been to college, because we're talking about abstract shit constantly, or at least in a lot of times. Like, people who go into long-winded conversations about minutia related to politics or fucking society. Oh, the philosophy of liberty. Let's talk about that. You're talking about some douchebag who's been to college 99 out of 100 times. But if you say liberalism, and that person says, oh, you mean leftist? Or they don't even say leftist. They're just like, oh, you mean a Democrat? And they go on to talk about, those fucking Democrats, all they want is welfare. And, it is the kind of person they're going to say, I'm not a racist, but, you got all those niggers in Buffalo. Somebody who says something like that, yeah, I don't think you've been to college. That's been my experience. And the thing is, too, I've talked to people who have said, don't take me, like, I'm not a racist, but those niggers in Buffalo. And they mean it to say that they are not a racist. That I'm not saying that all black people are like this, but there are people that I would categorize as niggers that are from this urban area who I conceive to be parasites. I don't like them. And here's the reasons why. They're not going to spell that out to you using $2 words, and they're not going to be very eloquent. They're going to be very blunt about how they put things. But the question is what they're saying accurate or is it inaccurate? And if they're drawing on their own experiences, what you say to them in reaction to their words, should it be qualified in addressing their experiences, or should you ignore them? And that, to me, is the big make or break. When it comes to dealing with people that you consider to be ignorant, or just wrong, or an error, whatever, if you can, try to view it from their perspective, and even if you disagree, try to make them consider an alternative while acknowledging their current point of view so that you can hope to persuade them in a way that they can be more nuanced in their position, even if they hold to what their beliefs are. I think that that's the best way to deal with people. I really, really, really think that one of the things that when it comes to, oh, say this, don't say that, oh, you need to believe this and not believe that, I think a lot of that is class. And I think the left is giving that up. The left is just abandoned class. And I think that a lot of you, even if those of you who say, no, Louis, I'm still on the left, I know this. I know this about the left. Everyone on the left has abandoned class as an issue. You don't fucking care. When you see a white man, you don't care about his background, you don't care about his life, you don't care about his education. All you care about is the fact that he's fucking white. And if you don't, you're totally toothless, and you can't talk about those class issues. You can't talk about being nuanced to somebody who might be wrong. You can't try to convince this fucking person anymore and try to empathize or sympathize. You can't do that anymore. That, to me, that's the whole fucking reason for the divide. That's the polarization of the United States, is that every fucking person in the elite, they've abandoned class as an issue, and that is why we can't converse anymore. So why we can't convince anybody of anything anymore. Is because we're dealing with a class divide between people that are upper class, that all we're dealing with is fucking abstraction bullshit. Philosophical abstractions. We're dealing with fucking lofty ideas and ideals. Meanwhile, the people on the ground are dealing with the shit. They're in the streets, they're dealing with the shit. And we're not willing to address that, and that is why Trump is president. Fuck you if you disagree. You are wrong. So, there are conversations that need to be had about the way people speak and what they say and what they believe and everything else. But the fact is that I don't care if I meet some random boomer who says the word nigger. I don't care. I don't care that he says something that everyone perceives to be bigoted. It's about what he believes, why, and whether we can change his fucking mind. What can we do to change his fucking mind? And have him be like those of us enlightened upper-class fucking assholes. Us douchebags that debate nothing more than ideas. How do we make this guy view the world like us? Well, I don't think it's going to be by ruining his fucking life and not acknowledging his views. So, if you were to ask me, why are we here? How did we get here? Why are we here? I think that's what's happened, is that the upper middle class and the wealthier people, love them, hate them, whatever, they're paying the taxes and they're funding businesses and they're running businesses, what the fuck ever, acknowledgement, they fundamentally don't understand the interests and the views and even the speaking style and what is implied with what is being said of the poor people and of the working class. They fundamentally don't get it. And that divide, that chasm, and the inability for those people to communicate and acknowledge the different views of, oh, fuck the rich people, let's tax the rich people, fuck them. Well, it's like, well, they're paying the taxes already, and they're, risking things with investment and other things, so they have a real purpose in our society, and they are capitalists, and, they're trying to succeed, and they already have succeed. Should we punish them for that success, and should we push them out of our states by taxing them too much? And you can have a nuanced conversation with somebody who might be poor and just say, oh, fuck the rich, tax the rich. Because they are doing things, they are contributing, but at the same time, what I want to see are the richer people turning around and acknowledging the poorer people. And while the Gibbs, I think we can put aside, the question is, what can we do or what can we stop to help poorer people? What can we do to help the working class? And I think even on the right, this is still a problem. You have these big brain objectivists and right-wingers and libertarians who won't address this fact that immigration is a massive problem to the working class. To the blue-collar working class, immigration is a huge problem. And it isn't just the competition between labor. It is what they do to their communities. And I know this, included from working in Buffalo, to the immigrant population there. Holy fucking shit. Is it nothing more than an unmitigated disaster? The immigrants that we are bringing into this country are an unmitigated disaster. These are people that can't speak the fucking language, that aren't interested in working, that don't have any real financial incentive to work, who have every organization, every agency of the state tilted in their fucking direct interest, who's doing everything in their power to help them. Irrespective of everybody and their fucking trophy wife who they imported. Shut the fuck up, middle class. Oh, my wife is an immigrant, blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. You imported your fucking wife. I might wind up doing that. Shut the fuck up. You're not dealing with the bulk of who is here. And while there are good people who are here, I still see these people who are brought in television as the model fucking immigrant, and they can barely speak the fucking language. You think this shit flies in Japan? You think this shit flies in Poland? You think this shit flies in China? You think this shit flies in nations that understand what happens when you don't have hegemony or homogeneity in a society to that specific degree, just on the basics of language? These nations that have these very stringent immigration policies have it because they're well aware of what happens when you don't, when you're like us. It is nothing more than disaster, Gibbs for votes, Gibbs for status, and a completely divided society. It is one of the worst aspects of America. And the working class understands this. And if you go talk to a random, get 10 random Trump supporters from upstate New York in a more rural area. So not Rochester, Syracuse, Buffalo, but a more rural area. Southern tier, northern tier. Grab 10 random Republicans, okay? No, fuck it. 100 random Republicans in upstate New York. 100 random Republicans. You put them in a room, and I blindfold you, I spin you around, and I say point to one. You point to that fucking Republican, he's going to say, immigration is out of control, and here's my list of issues for the problems. It doesn't, every random Republican has, outside of the bourgeois Republicans, they're the only ones that don't have a problem with immigration. But your random, regular, blue-collar Republican, which is the bulk of the Republican Party, they absolutely have a problem with immigration. You say, "Oh, you're in upstate New York. You're not dealing with the Mexicans in Arizona." Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, is that a fucking fact? When I'm driving around in small towns in upstate New York and I'm pulling over, getting a fucking sandwich or whatever the fuck I was buying, a Pepsi at a random a gas station / convenience store / deli, and fucking 20 Mexicans just roll in a fucking whatever, what is it, what's the piece of shit Toyota, a Camry? They're driving up in a piece of shit Camry, and there was like freaking 20 Mexicans like in a clown car like that, and they all roll in, and they're all dirty and mangy, and it's just like, what the fuck? Did I just wake up in fucking Juarez? Like, what the fuck's going on? You tell me it's not a problem. When I look at it, hold on. Who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy here? Who's this guy that we're catching? And fucking Grand Island, like literally 5 minutes from where I live. Who the fuck is this guy? Who is this guy? This guy look like a Canadian to you? Is this a Canadian that got work in America, just hopped the fucking border? Don't look like it to me. Man, the cop was pretty aggressive. But this is what happens. You get pissed off because you're fucking racing around this fucking island trying to find this asshole. But it's like there's still illegals all over New York. Like, it surprises me. It surprised me for 4 years. I was like, how is it even possible? How do you make it from fucking Mexico to upstate New York? How is that even possible? But they do it. They somehow get here. I don't know if the Democratic Party is bussing these people around throughout the country to get some votes, but it happens. They're here. So, that's the issue, is that you have to acknowledge it. You have to acknowledge the fact that there's hundreds of millions of Americans in this country. I'll say, like, what? 125 million. I'll lowball it. 120 million conservative-leaning people in this country. You're going to find, like, 100 million of those people that are going to give you reasons for why they have a problem with immigration. And at what point do you fucking acknowledge that? It just pisses me off because it's like this has been a number one issue on the right for decades. And nobody fucking acknowledges it. And it's one of the reasons why I'm where I am, because it pisses me off. And I think it's a fucking class issue. Center leftists have no choice but Trump, pretty much. I mean, people, the Trump campaign and others, surrogates for Trump, are saying that Biden is a puppet for the far left. I think fucking Biden is a puppet for China. I think that's the most accurate. There was a China Joe thing I saw the other day I think I might have retweeted it, from the Trump campaign or Trump himself, pretty much doing the China Joe line, or somebody, it might have been Jack Posobiec, whoever said that if Biden gets elected, that the Chinese are going to own him. I agree. I completely agree. I think he has sold out to China. So I'm not really worried about the far left. I am worried, yes, of course. There's fucking riots all over the place, of course. But when it comes to Joe Biden, I'm worried about fucking China. You know, Xi Jinping is going to be over here fucking as the vice president. Fucking, what's her face? Kamala Harris is going to get ice picked. And Xi Jinping is going to be the vice president. Let me see if there's any more super chats. I think there was one. Diddly Dooler says, collections to the pastor. Thank you there, Diddly Dooler. You seem to always make my streams, no matter how spontaneous they are. Gettr says, I meant some people don't rob you only because you can beat their ass. The only thing keeping deviants in line is deterrence of being stopped. When walking down the street, I can usually assume who would try to threaten me if I were smaller. Yeah, I think I know what you mean by that. But it's... I don't know. It's like, I understand what you mean, but it's not even the matter of, like, the people who would pick your pocket or something like that. It's not even like that. I'm talking... The thing I'm trying to get people to acknowledge, and there's the refusal to do so, is that a lot of these people who are violent, who have all these different violence charges against them, there's who knows how many million felons there are in this country like that. Look up the stats on it. I don't even know, but there are people all over the place who would kill you for whatever reason, and that we need to acknowledge that. It's not even the bullies and the faggots who, if you're in a bar, who's going to pick a fight. It's not even like that. It's like there are deviants in this country who are not rational and would take your life. And you have to be cognizant of that. You know, if somebody says, I'm going to be strapped all the time, I'm going to be concealed carrying all the time, I understand. Like, I'm not going to say, oh, you're paranoid or whatever. It's like, yeah, I've experienced it. I've like argued with my parents, and I think I've talked about this in previous streams. You know, I've been looking for work for quite a while. And I've argued with my parents because they've offered me different jobs that they found on their own behalf to work in Buffalo. And I keep telling them over and over and over again, like, you got to understand that I'll work in an office, and I've applied to offices in Buffalo, but I'm not going to work on the fucking streets because every company in America, and this is my view now, I think that businesses should not have the ability to prevent an employee from concealed carrying if that is the state law. If you have the constitutional ability and the constitution of that state, if you have the constitutional ability to conceal carry, I don't think that a business should be able to have a policy that prevents you from carrying on the job. I know that everyone is going to be paranoid of a fucking office shooting, but the fact is that the problem is that I've worked jobs where you work on the street and you're the only white person for 5 fucking miles, and it is scary. And I can only begin to tell you how many days of when I knew I was working in a bad part of Buffalo, I violated my company's policy over and over again, and I concealed carry while working. The reason was I was in legitimate fear for my life, and there were times where I had my life threatened. So you can't claim that I'm being fucking paranoid. It happened to me several times while working in Buffalo, just Buffalo by itself, several times. And my company just had a flat-out policy that, well, we don't want to deal with the liability of you having a gun, so go get killed and we'll hire somebody else. Well, the issue is I think I have my constitutional rights. I think that my life matters to me. And I don't think that at this point a business should be able to prevent you from carrying on the job if you have a legitimate fear for your life while working. So, I said that to my parents. Like, I said to them, like, if I'm working on Buffalo and I'm on the streets, I'm concealed carrying. I told them, I said, I will never obey another company policy where I'm working on the streets and I'm not armed. If I'm working there, like if I'm in my immediate area, or if I'm in like if I'm in Whiteville, I'm in fucking Hamburg, I'm in Williamsville, I'm in sections of Amherst, I'm in parts of my immediate area, Elcottville, I'm in Whiteville. You know, it's upper class. Everybody is a fucking white-collar douchebag, yuppie faggot. I'll go work there without a firearm. Because there's about 1,000,001 chance. I'm more likely to get hit by a lightning 5 times in a row than I am to ever deal with somebody who's violent in those parts of this area. In Whiteville. But if I'm in the fucking ghetto, I'm never going back without a gun. And that's not to say that I think everybody there, like, I'm sure people there would acknowledge that and agree with me. I talked to some, I was about to call him fat, but that's kind of mean. I talked with this older black gentleman. I was investigating somebody, I was trying to get information on somebody, and I asked this one random black guy who lived in the area about this guy, and I was bored, and my investigation was shit. It wasn't going anywhere. No one knew this fucking guy. It was a ghost. So I just started talking with this guy because he seemed bored too. He was like watering his lawn or some shit. And we were talking about guns. And he basically said to me that he had a gun on him then. It was like in a holster on his back and I couldn't see because he had like a polo shirt over it. He said, I am armed 100% of the time inside my house, outside this house. Every time I'm outside, I am armed because this area is dangerous. And he said, if I had the money, I wouldn't fucking live here. And I said that, I laughed and I said, I'm sorry that you're in this situation, but you're not the only one that I'm aware of in this area who is employed and has a job. And this guy, was some kind of tradesman. He had some kind of trade. but he was like in his 60s, and he had a family. He had something like 4 kids. He was married. He had a wife and everything. But this is somebody who had a bunch of kids. He had a trade. He didn't really make that much money. And he had like a work van in his driveway. But he lived in the area, and he didn't like it. And there, dude, I can't begin to tell you the amount of people who I met in Buffalo who fucking hate living there. It's one of the biggest fucking crocks of shit in my life is Buffalo pride. Pride in Buffalo. I can't begin to tell you how many people I've met who previously lived in Buffalo or who live in Buffalo who fucking hate living in Buffalo or having lived in Buffalo. Fucking hate it. And wish to God they could just move. But they, it's like, I got a house, I got these responsibilities, I got kids. Like, they don't want to pick up everything and move because this is where they've been for 2 generations or 3 generations. And they got everything here and they don't want to give it up and everything else. And the housing market is shit and all that. But that's his compromise. That's what that black guy's compromise was. I'll live here, I'll deal with it up until the point, probably with this guy, I never got into retirement, but eventually he's in his 60s, he's gonna retire. It's gonna be up to him whether he bounces and he's gonna be another boomer in Florida. It's gonna be up to him if he does that. But his compromise is, I'm gonna just roll around strapped. I'm just gonna be strapped 24/7 when I'm living in my area. Even inside his own home, he's trapped. And it's because he realizes that Buffalo is shit. That it's never really rebounded. It probably never will. And even the gentrification that's happened, and I want to say it's either Allenstown or Allentown, which is like hipsterville of Buffalo. It's gentrified, and like the University District of Buffalo is also, it's not really gentrified, but it's upper class. The fact is that you getting your fucking face shot off is just a couple steps away. Like, I investigated, like, 2 low-down Hispanic fucking pieces of shit, one of whom was guaranteed illegal. I proved was illegal, and that was the one that got reported to fucking ICE or whoever through the adjuster for, well, actually, I don't want to name the company, but the adjuster for an insurance company, I gave them the information that the person was illegal, and they passed it off to the powers that be to take care of it. The guy I investigated, who was a super sketchy piece of shit. I don't remember if he had a criminal history or not. Maybe not, but he was a piece of shit, and he was probably illegal. He lived a couple doors down from the campus of my alma mater. So the street that I would cross to go to my car and leave the campus, he lived a couple doors down. Just a couple doors down from the parking lot where I would leave my alma mater. Criminals are everywhere. And I don't know whether that guy had a gun or not, but he seemed to be the type. He was sketchy. I gave him a wide berth. Because a couple times he tried to, he would take off, and what he would do, and I forget what I called it, I had a name for it, but he would try to maybe feel me out, whatever I called it. He would get in a car, look around, kind of scope me out, see if he figured I was an investigator or not, go around a corner, and then just stop, pull over and stop, and see if I, would watch to see if I would follow him. And a lot of times, if they were super sketchy, what they would want to do is see your face. They want to see your face. So that way they know they can square you and they can see what kind of person you are. And because of my stature, I had a few guys that basically saw me and they nutted up. They're like, all right, I'm going to threaten this guy. Because I don't look to be a danger. But this is the kind of guy that I think I can threaten and scare off. And that's what they did. And I had a guy, weirdo, scumbag boomer, like kind of innocuous but obviously fraudulent, who threatened me, and I was armed. He came up to my car. He leaned in my front window, or, driver's side window. He leaned in at me, tried to, like, impose himself on me. And I really didn't take it very seriously at the time, because he was old and decrepit, and he wasn't going to do shit, and he couldn't have done shit. Even if he would have tried to punch me or something, he was definitely old enough to where I could have definitely kicked his ass. Because you're broken down, you are injured, but you're exaggerating your claim. You should just settle. But the fact is that if you ever did throw like a punch at me, I'm 100% confident I could take you. But at the time, I was strapped. I was concealed carrying. I had my Beretta. It wasn't on my hip. It was like just tucked behind. It was on my hip, but just tucked behind my back. And he couldn't see it. But here he is, leaning in my window, trying to physically intimidate me to the best of his ability, yelling in my face that he was going to pull me out of this car and beat me to death and all this bullshit. And I got a gun on me. And I'm just sitting there, and I listened to what he had to say, and I kind of just smirked. I gave him that, like, Covington kid smirk, like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm sort of, like, bemused by this is crazy. And, that was far into my job, but I just kind of sat there with myself like, wow, I really don't want to shoot you, dude. I don't want to make this violent. Please just go away. Like, you're threatening me, and you really don't understand that, like, if you start pulling, he parked in such a way that he boxed me in. It was my mistake. He boxed me in. I wasn't expecting it. I was trying to get film, and he boxed me in. And it's just like, you've backed me into a corner. I cannot retreat. If you get physical with me, I have the legal ability to fucking murder you. And I'm not, if you punch me and if you daze me, I'm going to be like, oh, fuck, this is it. Now's the time. I got no other choice. He's going to kill me. Here we go. And when I was in Buffalo, and I had a round in the chamber. And I almost... Whenever, and this is probably something I should admit, but if I do conceal carry, 8 times out of 10, I don't have a round in the bullet. And I know all the gun people are going to say you always should have a round in the chamber. You should never, should I say a gun in the bullet? I meant to say a round in the chamber. You should always have a round in the chamber. That's what a lot of gun people tell you. But I usually, 8 times out of 10, I don't have a round in the chamber. When I'm in Buffalo, I have a round in the chamber. And that time in particular, I did. I had a round in the chamber, and it was just a matter of, with the Beretta, you flick the safety on the back, on the slide, and you're just good to go. Or by the slide, I should say. Not on the slide, but by the slide. You flip that switch. Or no, it is on the slide, actually. What am I talking about? I think I'm thinking about my father's gun. I borrowed that a couple times. The Beretta does have it on the slide. One flick of the switch and boom, that's it. I'm ready to go. Green light. And I don't want to be in that situation, but the thing is that I don't think this guy realized, and this is the thing about, it's just dangerous. It's so dangerous to be physically aggressive with someone. And I think that there's just this idea that it's just acceptable, and this can go back with the Lilith situation and others, is that it's not acceptable to threaten somebody's life. It's not acceptable to say to somebody, like, I am going to take your life, I am going to beat you to death, I'm going to do this and that, and get in your face and do all this kind of nonsense. And there's a difference in terms of, like, this is an old man and I am a younger man. I'm not some fucking street fighter, and I'm not exactly in peak condition, but I know I can take this old dude. And there's that consideration, but the fact is that irrespective of our age differences and whatnot, it is not appropriate to threaten somebody's life. And once you do that, there is a line, and this is my issue with lines. We need to draw lines. We need to stick by those lines. There need to be lines about acceptable behavior, and once you cross that line, at some point, you just forfeit your fucking life. Like, it came down to the fact that this guy was just inches away from me, about to, potentially could have easily gotten physical with me. And at that point, his life would have been fucking forfeit. All I need to do is get in my mind, despite our age difference, this guy is going to take my life. And that's it. This guy, I I'm going to mag dump this guy, which is jargon for those of you that are gun people. I will mag dump this motherfucker. I'm not just going to squeeze off one round. I'm going to put this fucking guy down because when it comes to dealing with life or death situations, that is what you do. Preservation of your life takes precedence, and that requires you to mag dump always. Fuck anybody that says, oh, you squeeze off one round. No, you mag dump. Your life is what matters. And we need to have these lines. We need to have these lines as it relates to acceptable behavior and unacceptable behavior. When you violate the contract, when you violate the norms, when you violate the law, when you violate somebody else's rights, we need to establish these lines, and we need to stick by them, and we need to say what is inappropriate behavior, and we should not be defending people that are running around and violating others' rights, violating social norms, violating normal behavior and becoming deviant. We should not be defending these fucking people and pretending that they're didn't-do joggers. We should not be doing this. And in this case, I'm talking about a white guy being a jogger. We should not be defending these people because this fucking behavior is unacceptable. And if we're ever going to live in any kind of ideal society, the ideal society is the libertarian paradise of, hey, neighbor, can I come onto your lawn? Sure, come onto my lawn. Let's go grill. And we're all living the whole world is just one big fucking suburb. That's the whole fucking world. It's just one big middle-class suburb. How idyllic that would be. There'd be domestics, and there would be, disputes and bad neighbors and people disagreeing and all that dumb shit too. But it would be far better to what we have now in our inner cities, wouldn't it? I think, I hope anyways, that I'm making my point in this as to what we should be striving towards. I don't think, and maybe this would be one of the criticisms that I would have towards Lilith and even Dev, is do not lower your expectations. Do not lower your ideals to these people. You should not be incorporating these people into your ideals. I don't. I am still an idealist, and I do not incorporate the deviants into my idyllic society. There are so many groups of people. There are groups of people that I completely anesthetically disagree with that are incorporated in my idyllic society. What is my ideal? They're all there. I disagree with them. They're all there. We're all together. We're all holding hands. We're all passive as pussies singing Imagine. But the fact is, when it comes to those of us, or those that are out there anyways, humans that are not abiding by holding my hand and singing Imagine and asking to come onto my property and grill with me. I just had my neighbor the other day, a friend of my family, lives just around the corner from my family's place. He stopped by. He was driving down the road. He's an old boomer, retiree. He goes, hey, Louis, you should talk to your dad. I want to come over and grill with him. And he was half joking, but half serious. He probably wanted to come over and, say hello to my parents and that sort of thing, spend maybe some time with me and talk about some stuff. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll talk to him. That is the ideal. Friendly neighbors, lifelong friends that come up to you, drive up to you when you're out for a walk, smoking a cigarette, and they go, hey, Louis, can I come over at your parents' house and let's grill? And I go, yeah, sure. That should be the ideal, because we're all holding hands. We're all singing Imagine together. But the problem is, there are people that aren't willing to do that. They don't want to hold my hand. They want me to turn my back so they can stab me in the fucking back. And if I was a woman, they probably want to rape me to death, but because I'm a man, they want to rob me. And the fact is those people, we can't bring them in. What they have to be is like everybody else. They need to be like everybody else first to be let in. But if they're not doing that, well, then we're going to have to cast them out. And if they don't want to be cast out, they say, no, we're not going, then we're going to have to violently cast them out. That is what is required. Say whatever you want to, but that's the reality. I'm still the idealist, but I recognize the deviance. The problem is, they don't want to hold my hand. I'm outreaching my hand. I'm saying, hold my hand. In my other hand, I have my fucking Beretta. And if they don't hold my hand, well, I don't have any other options then. I got only the two hands. And the problem is that so many of us are good people. So many of you are willing to hold my hand, even if we antithetically disagree about everything. You're willing to hold my hand and come over to my house and grill. But it's these few, this fringe minority of deviants. They don't want to. You know, if you don't want to hold my hand, if you don't want to, it's the grill, it's charcoal or it's lead. Those are your options, charcoal or lead. And I'm giving you those two options, but those are the two options. And that's it. And everybody, all of us, so many of us, are choosing charcoal. But not all of us. I may have just said that by mistake and erroneously. Not all of us are choosing the charcoal. And to those of them that aren't, well, I guess we'll only have the lead as another, the opposite option. That's all we got. Because the fact, and if that's not true, if that is incorrect, if I'm wrong about that, then the issue is, what is the alternative? And this is the debate that I had with Sargon over the prison system. Like, what the fuck are we going to do? What are we going to do with the deviants? What are we going to do with them? They're there. So what can we do with these people? And at least with Sargon, he's more than willing to say, draw that fucking line, and this is the issue. So he's not utopian. He gets it. But not everyone does, though. That's the issue. Not everyone is willing to just say that we got to have these lines, and it's charcoal or lead. It really is. So yeah, I'll send this to Dev later on. I'll send it to him. You got your two choices: charcoal. You take my hand and we grill together, or it's lead, and in the other hand I got my Beretta. Those are your two options. Oh yeah, I forgot. The guy had a warrant out for him as well. That's the funniest part. Does anyone know the guy that got shot? Does anyone know what the warrant was for? It was an arrest warrant. Like, of all the things, he's got all these prior charges, all this and that. He also has a warrant out for his arrest. It's just like, Jesus Christ. If it isn't just one thing, it's fucking everything. Which is my experience. It's my direct experience with deviants. It's never just one thing. It's everything. They're doing everything at once. Excuse me. What was, anyone know the warrant? Grill or be grilled. Was it domestic dispute? It was domestic violence? Was that it? Oh, domestic assault? Is that it? Is that what it was? Well, as far as I know, the call was definitely, I read this, that the call the police were answering was domestic abuse. I have to imagine that was against his wife. Well, I hope. I hope it wasn't his kids again. By the way, if I'm wrong about him abusing his kids, tweet me that, seriously. If you know what the deal is with that guy and the child abuse charges, if it was just some other guy's kids, tweet that at me. Because I assume, based on what I know about stats, that it was his kids that he was abusing. And I don't remember if it was sexual or not. I don't remember. It was his kids. Was it sexual abuse against his own kids? Somebody, I swear, somebody do me a favor, tweet this shit to me. Can you? I don't even remember the fucking guy's name. I just straight up look up this shit myself, but I genuinely don't even remember this guy's fucking name. Okay, there's some other shit. Oh yeah, I forgot. There was a fight at the Galleria Mall, and I saved this. I saved this a long time ago. Let's get some. Actually, let's get some unfortunate video coverage right here. Actually, I guess I'll let it come through my microphone. I'll mute my desktop audio. I'll let just this come through my audio here. Turn this down. It's probably gonna be loud as fuck. This is at the Galleria Mall, which is it's not very close, but it's not that far from me either.
Oh, oh Jesus! Oh my God! They've been done me dirty for a long time. God damn.
Oh, I thought they were gonna fight more than that. That wasn't that good. I thought they fought more in it, so that's too bad. Sorry, that was a little bit of a letdown. I thought they fought more in it. I saved that. I think it was in June or something. I forgot about it. Okay, somebody tweeted at me. Screw Europhiles. Thank you. Let me check this out. Get this on screen. There's no body cam. The video starts him walking towards the car. TMZ, resisting and tasing, first pick. Violent warrant, second pick. Court records show Blake had a pending criminal case that started last month. Online court records indicate Kenosha County prosecutors charged Blake on July 6th with third-degree sexual... Oh, my God. Third-degree... Dude, this guy can't stop fucking molesting people. Jesus Christ. Third-degree sexual assault, trespassing, and disorderly conduct in connection with domestic abuse. An arrest warrant was issued for Blake the following day. What the fuck? Female officer tasered Blake... well, there's a problem right there. Female officers. Not every female officer is totally incompetent, but far too many are. He had to help officers take a man in custody when the man refused to go quietly into custody after he pulled a gun at a local bar. Was charged Monday, with one felony count of resisting arrest causing a soft tissue injury to a police officer, one misdemeanor count of carrying a concealed weapon. Yeah, he did have a weapon charge. I forgot. That was what it was. Carrying a firearm while intoxicated. Fucking nice. Endangering safety use of a dangerous weapon, disorderly conduct. If convicted, he'll face 8.5 years in prison. Holy shit. When was this? 50 grand in fines. Criminal complaint. Blake and two women were in a tavern, got into an argument with another patron, and pulled the handgun. Pointed at the other man. Oh, how is that not, menacing or something? How is that not an additional charge? How is it only, resisting arrest and fucking whatever else? How is that not an additional charge? Was this, his plea deal? How the fuck was he not charged for that? And the magazine fell to the floor. Bartender told Blake to leave, but he did not. Then pointed the gun through the window at patrons inside the bar before walking south on Junction Avenue. Police say they encountered a woman walking on Junction who was in the bar with Blake, but said she didn't know what happened and that her friends left without her in a silver SUV. Officers were advised that a silver SUV was traveling in Junction. A male subject who was matched the description of Blake and then initiated a travel stop wherever. Driver was armed that conducted a high-risk traffic stop. The complaint leads that ordered Blake to put his hands out of the window of the vehicle. Instead, Blake exited the SUV and started walking towards the officers, ignored commands, get down on the ground. Officers forced Blake to the ground and ordered him to put his hands behind his back. When Blake refused to comply, Dozer was deployed as a canine. So he got dogged. He got bulleted to get him into compliance. When police at the hospital with Blake, he might have hurt the dog. It might have been who he actually hurt was the dog. So he treated the wound. He obtained. He refused to answer questions, but did submit to a legal blood draw to determine intoxication. At the time he was taken into custody, he was searched, and he had a holster on his hip, but no gun. Fucking idiot! Didn't even take off his holster. Subsequent search of the SUV turned up a black handgun on the floor. Find driver's seats, a box of ammunition was found. 2 loaded magazines were discovered in Blake's coat. Man, this guy is going to be splitting atoms anytime soon. Oh, what a fucking idiots. Well, thanks for that information, screw Europhiles. But yeah, this is kind of what I mean. Like, this guy, you think this guy is a good guy? You think this guy has good intentions when he's violent and sexually molests everyone around him? This guy is a deviant. This is what I'm talking about when I mean a deviant. This is a fucking deviant. Randomly violent, has no impulse control, is about as smart as a fucking cue ball. He's just doing everything at once. He's molesting his own kids. Like, this guy's a deviant. Whatever his issue is, however you want to diagnose him, doesn't matter to me. He is a fucking deviant. And he has a fucking record of violence. So, I don't know what to tell you. Our society's better off with this guy being fucking dead. Doesn't mean I want this guy shot in the back or laws or procedures broken or whatever else. But, the fact remains is that we're all safer with this. Well, he's not dead. I forgot. He got shot a million times, but he's in the fucking hospital. I have to condemn the cops for that. If you shoot this guy 40 fucking times, you ought to be dead. How the fuck do you miss half your shots? So thank you for that again, screw Europhiles. I'll get some, I don't know if I should do this spicy art, because I got some spicy art saved, and unfortunately YouTube's kind of bad about it. They'll flag your shit if you get too spicy. Maybe I'll save it towards the end. Oh, I don't know, how long have we been going? Let me check that. An hour? Alright. Let me get some more artwork up here. And what do I want to do? Yeah, let's get this one up. This one's very trad. Wish the image was a little bit bigger, that way I can spread it out more on the screen, but it doesn't really matter, it's just a backdrop. I like, I'll retweet this, Eye of Keck. Actually, no, I was about to say it the correct move, the only move to make. Oh, man, that playthrough of Detroit Become Human was so fun. Oh, thank you, Rob. Rob, who I met in New York City, sent me the link as well. The actual article. I'll save this, Rob. Thank you. I'll do my best to remember to put this in the description for people to look at if they want to. Yeah, this guy was not a fucking saint. This wasn't a dindu who fucking got caught jogging in the wrong neighborhood or some shit. Whatever the fucking story is. Oh, shit. It's gonna be so funny, too, if this guy actually hurt that canine unit as well. It's like, not only is this guy fucking molesting his own kids, he's also beating up police dogs. It's like, give me a fucking break with this guy. Apparently there's some kind of rioting going on right now. I got a couple messages about that. I see a bunch of people tweeting about it. Here, I'll play this.
I didn't say shit about the furniture. I'm talking about the PO office. This is a state-owned building, bro. This has bust my shit.
Then you need to go. For real. This is for you media. That's all.
Hey, I suggest you leave because they ain't playing right now. They gonna fuck your shit up.
I gotta say, I didn't have it on screen, but this random guy in a fucking some kind of vehicle with safety lights, never show up to one of these things armed with just a club. Like, this seems to be like a bigger guy, but never show up to a fucking riot with a baton, dude. One, I wouldn't ever go to a riot, but if you got no other choice, like I'm working somewhere and there's a riot in between me and my fucking house, I guess in that instance you have no choice. But if you're showing up to one of these things and talking to people, I'm not going there fucking unarmed. You could prosecute me. I'll be judged by 12 and not rather than being carried by 6. That's my fucking view. And this state is what it is, you know what I mean? Yeah, it appears that Matt Gettr did a speech at the RNC. I'll watch that later. Holy shit, dude. Where the fuck is this? Oh, Kenosha. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, they're like burning down the fucking city tonight. Holy shit. Yeah, dude, holy... Okay, let me get this on screen. Oh, shit. Oh, here it is.
What's up, everybody? So right now we're still here in Kenosha. Riots are still going on. Right now the curfew is still technically in effect, but as you can see, a lot of people are still out and about. Obviously, a burning building behind me, or as Alex Belcher would say, not an unruly protest. And actually, you can see right here, this is another car parking lot that was being targeted by people, but actually, and I'm going to put the video on this later, there were some armed citizens, basically, and in tactical gear and AR-15s, and they came over here and stopped the people or the rioters trying to destroy a lot of the cars. So the reason why these cars are not on fire, like the one that's over there, is because armed citizens put a stop to it. So I don't know. We'll see what tonight holds.
Well, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and right now it's fucking crazy. Like, there's a bunch of these videos of just shit burning. Just shit burning. Where are they getting the garbage trucks to set on fire? What the fuck is going on with the garbage trucks? Why are they fucking with the garbage? Where are they getting these garbage trucks to fucking burn? They actually did set another garbage truck on fire. Where the fuck are they getting these garbage trucks to... Look at this! Look, hold on, look at this shit! Roll back. Look at this! Where are they getting these fucking garbage trucks to light on fire? What the fuck is going on in this town? I don't even understand it. Like, as far as I can tell, this is all tonight. Yes, they actively did get the fucking truck on fire. It's now on fire. Where are they getting these motherfucking garbage trucks to burn? And I gotta ask you, why the fuck are they fucking with the garbage? It's our bread and butter. I guess I should change this to a newscast. I don't even know. I'm getting fucking shit from my speakers now. Alright, you vote blue no matter who. Shit, that is funny. That is funny. Gotta tell you. Oh, what now? I got a people at me. What's going on? Oh, we got militiamen out there now? And if they're just standing around, I don't care. Like, if you're gonna send me shit about militiamen, I want to see militiamen either shooting people or beating the shit out of people. I don't care if they're just standing around. I've already covered that in the past, and it's not as effective as people want to say. In the suburbs, it is. Because they're not afraid to fuck with you in the suburbs. But when you're outnumbered in the city, and you're like, oh, I got a gun, well, I don't know if that's enough, bro. If it were enough for the cops wouldn't be getting charged. So, I don't know. Thank God I didn't have this on screen. Some guy with his head split open. Another dealership on fire. A she-twink. Random Republican in that pickup truck. Some kind of business on fire. A furniture store that's basically engulfed in flames. Wow, they actually caught on film when it was lit on fire. That's crazy. Hold on, let me get this on screen. Good job to this person. I could have sworn, didn't this happen yesterday? I could have sworn this, the furniture fire happened yesterday. Oh, there you go. So that furniture store is that big, that video of the store being like engulfed in flames. That was that furniture store. Is this from yesterday or tonight? Does anybody know? Is this from yesterday or tonight? Oh, the mattress store. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I'll show you the furniture store. If you didn't see it, here's the furniture store as of 44 minutes ago when it was posted. This is the furniture store. We saved America. We saved the black man. We saved the joggers. Jog free, gentlemen, jog free. You've been saved. So the same video, but he's another camera angle. This is the fucking garbage truck on fire. And I think, wasn't it yesterday that I put out that meme of them burning garbage trucks? So they're burning more fucking garbage trucks. Meanwhile, all the cops are somewhere tugging one out or some shit. Like, who knows where the fucking police are? Nowhere to be fucking seen. Frank Ninney from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and his crew just shot at by white people. Oh, fuck yeah. Who did this? Space? Oh, shit, man. This is the kind of shit that's gonna get me banned off of YouTube. It's bad video, but it's what I'm being sent, so take a look.
Oh my God, who is that? Hey!
Welcome to the suburbs.
Y'all get back to the cars.
Welcome back to the burbs, baby.
Y'all get in the cars. Go, Sandy, go. Go.
Take it back to the city.
He over there with the gun.
See, again, this is what I'm talking about. There is a distinct difference between a bunch of militiamen in the city just standing around and the fucking suburbs. Like, in the suburbs, dude, whether it's me, it's my father, it's any of my neighbors, no, or anyone anywhere, like, we don't fuck around here. Like, we will fucking murder you. Don't come to our suburb and start fucking around. Like, the whole issue of, fuck around and fight out, found out, like, go fight the Proud Boys in the city. Like, go fight the Proud Boys, and they'll get maliciously prosecuted and you'll get off without any charges. Go do that there. If you come to the suburbs, you're just going to get fucking shot. It doesn't matter that you outnumber us, in our territory. It's still our turf. We got more bullets than you got people to charge at us. And you guys are fucking pussies anyway, so... You come to the suburbs, you're going to get fucking shot. And I want to say for the case of Susan, who might be listening in, that these people are violent. They're threatening these people's lives. They're threatening to burn their property. Any of these people, if they show up to their house, I take it at this point as a threat to burn your house to the ground, to rape and murder your family, and everything under the sun that you can imagine. These people are doing everything under the sun. What happened in fucking Seattle, I want to say it was, you had a massive uptick of fucking rape. And these are all BLM and Antifa types. All the things under the sun, whether it's robbery, murder, rape, any of these things. Arson. The worst things you can imagine happening to you and your family, that is what these people are threatening you with when they show up uninvited and start threatening you, yelling shit at you, stepping onto your property. They are threatening the life of you and your family, and they burned a guy alive. I think it was a pawn shop, and maybe it was Minneapolis. I don't remember which place it was where they found the body. They burned somebody alive in one of these buildings that they burned down. Everything that you can imagine they've already done or are obviously willing to do. And I'm not for violence. Like I said, hold my hand. I want us to all be singing Imagine together. But there's the problem there. If you don't want to hold my fucking hand, well, I only got one other, and I got my, I'm white knuckling my Beretta in the other hand. You got to choose one. Take my hand. I want you to. But if you slap it away, well, now we got a fucking problem. And it's you. You're the one that's fucking doing it. You're the one that's doing it. You're the aggressor. I'm the defender. I just want to live in a safe society. Normal society full of normal people. And you're abnormal. You're the deviants. You're violent. No, you're not leaving. You're sitting there. Bullshit, you're leaving. Get the fuck out of there then. Leave. They're telling you to go. Go. See, they're not leaving. Say whatever the fuck you want to. They're not leaving. They're not leaving. They're saying, we're leaving. You're not. You can leave. Go. Go. The road's right there. Leave the fucking area. You aren't going to leave. You just wanted to turn their back so you can thrust the knife right into it. Bullshit, you're leaving. This is the problem. This is the fucking issue. They're liars. They're deviant. They're out there. They're firing rounds. It's their fucking property. If you're normal, you fucking leave. You don't go, we're leaving, and you fucking stand there. Leave then.
This dude shooting at us.
What was that sound? Are they both armed? What was that other shot? Because the one shot that I'm hearing sounds like a small caliber rifle. Just leave. Just go. Just fucking leave.
Get in the cars. Get in the cars.
You jump in. You said hit, y'all. Get in. Hurry up.
Y'all get in the car.
Look at this. Just go!
Get out of here.
What the fuck are they doing?
Fuck, they shooting at us, bro. Hell yeah, watch out.
It's white up.
Just go!
Ain't no wrong, Mike. Ain't no wrong, Mike.
No, get him in the fucking car. Mike gonna get in the car, bro. Where the fuck is my gun at? Nobody's behind you, bag.
Oh, you hear? Did you hear that? Let's roll that back. Did you hear that?
Get in the car, bro. Where the fuck is my gun at?
Where the fuck is my gun at? Oh! Best of intentions, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they're there. Best of intentions.
Wait. Don't leave it. Stop.
Hang up. Hey, I'm gonna hang up. Let me see my fucking,
Let's go.
Go. Come on. Turn the camera on.
Took him a while. Took him a while to actually fucking leave. Apparently somebody was shot. Oh, those WAP racist people. WAP racist people. Meanwhile, where's my gun? Anyone know? Hey, does anyone know where my gun is? I need to know. Where's my gun at, guys? I'm not sure. Good video there, Space. It's hilarious. What do you guys think in the chat? Do you like that video? Chalk on. Chalk on. Well, I would say that those guys that shot at them, unless they got shot at first, they're fucked. They're going to get prosecuted. They're going to go to jail for 40 fucking years. They're done. Because that's just, it's in fucking Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They're done. Bye, guys. I'm sorry, but you're done. You're gone. You're going to jail for 40 years. Because that's just the way things are. Yeah, no second crimes. That was my point in the debate with Sargon. Say it loud and say it proud. No second crimes. Alright, you guys want to... I had a few of you ask to see this. Here, I'll just put this on screen muted because I don't really care to hear what they're saying. But, here are the militia types that showed up. Oh. Turn that down. I don't want to hear some fucking black woman screaming. And this is from Gnome, or All Communists Are Bastards. Thanks.
We're out here trying to protect residents. We're trying to protect the innocent people.
To space, Streamlabs is still going. I'll get to super chats.
And we're trying to protect the businesses of the citizens out here. We're not trying to protect the government. You want to tear down those lampshades, go for it.
DACA. Hilarious. I'll retweet that.
It's the government that fucked with you guys. It's not the civilians. These guys didn't do anything to you, right? So we don't want to hurt these people.
You own the business or you're just
No, we're just here. That's it. Again, and another thing, we really don't want a gas station to go up. That'd be bad. So.
Holy shit, is that National Guard? Nah, that ain't National Guard. That guy's kind of LARPy. I don't like that guy. That guy in the full uniform, that's pretty LARPy. I don't like that.
But the owner of this business is probably out here with them. They're destroying their own neighborhood. Go fuck up the government that just killed your people. Go fuck up your neighbors. Fuck it. Don't care. I'm just the guy. I'm just the fucking guy. I'm just trying. We're not affiliated with any like militia or anything. We're just out here trying to.
I don't know what the fuck that noise is in the background. That's pretty loud. Here's another one. Oh, shit.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Who the hell was even shooting?
Shots fired.
Dude, don't walk towards it. Are you fucking insane? Don't walk towards the gunfire, you asshole.
He's right there. Dude with the gun.
I don't see shit. Is that guy, is something in the center? I don't see fucking anything. Don't drive at him, Jesus Christ! What the... Oh, is it that, there's a guy in a white fucking shirt, I think it is?
Got a gun in the hand. The owner.
And it's too late now,
They
bro.
both got guns.
Little too late now, dude.
They got... Hey, can somebody throw me the keys to this one?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, what a fucking jump cut. What a fucking edit. Oh my god.
He's on their side. He's actually on their side out here. But they don't. He said he's on Black Lives Matter side, but he don't want them breaking into shit. So just for you get to understand, that's not National Guard right here. He said they're out here on the Black Lives Matter protest side, but they don't want people looting shit. Their guns got blanks. They ain't got no real bullets.
I don't know if I trust that guy saying they got blanks. That sounds like a way to get killed. Let's see here. Was that it? Yeah, it looks like it in terms of what you guys are sending me. Alright, let me get to super chats. I had a couple people say something. Where was I? Thanks for not pulling any punches. It's refreshing from Joe. Thank you, Joe. No Name says Mitch McConnell states... Mitch McConnell, my state senator, has a foreign wife. Yeah, what's-her-face, Chan. And he's the biggest neocon that has ever neoconned. The urban rural divide will destroy the country just like it did in 1860. The cultural differences between city and country are too large. I mean, that's the fear. I remember you had a video where you said criminals want to die, and I think you're right about that. Me and my buddy had an accident with a meth head, and because we lived in Kentucky, we pulled a gun on him. He said pull it out. If we weren't in a car, he would have died. Yeah, I mean, a homeless guy or a meth addict or something like that, like a drug addict is a little bit different from like a standard, like when I say deviant, again, I'm not talking about random retard. I'm talking about straight up like violent killers. Like that's who I'm talking about. But at the same time, yeah, there are, I mean, at this point we still have a record suicide rate. And I would say that there's quite a few people out there that do want to die and don't have the balls to pull the trigger themselves. And so if they can aggravate you or incite you to shoot them, you know, they will try to do that. Suicide cop is huge. So it's unfortunate. I'm glad you got out of it without having to shoot that guy, because it might have fucked you up. Chuck or Chunk says, tell me about it. I live in Englewood, California for years, and now that it's finally getting better, people are coming out of the woodwork to complain how they want it the same way when it was known for gang wars. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine. Good luck there, Mr. Chuck Fig, or Chunk Fig. Good luck. I'm glad I was not born and raised in California, and I am glad I'm not there now. So good luck there, but I'm glad I'm not there. And I'm in New York, so we're about a fucking half. We're like halfway up a rung in terms of better. So we're not much better, but I'd rather live here than I would in California. But maybe you like it there. Good luck. Roe says, I really wish my fellow libertarians would stop bending the knee to leftist morality. They really need to develop a stronger sense on culture, capitalism, ho. Yeah, that's pretty much my point, is that the libertarians on economics, I think COVID is really, even though, like, I didn't really see too many libertarians. Like, I even capitalized it and said several times during COVID that, like, the libertarians are right, the libertarians are right. Every time Bernie Sanders is tweeting some bullshit about rich getting richer, it's like, yeah, it's because of the government. So the libertarians with COVID have been proven completely correct about the economy, that government intervention is suppressing small business in capitalism and entrepreneurship, and it is holding up the big businesses. That if they didn't have that pillar of the government holding them in power, they would just collapse too. But because the government is suppressing competition, unfortunately, it's just the way it is. That close every small business and get it burned to the ground by joggers, but fucking Amazon just can write it off if they get burned down. But otherwise, they're the only businesses, them and Walmart, that's it. Those are the only two businesses open. My barber shop, they were doing really bad, and then I think what happened is they cashed in on some insurance because some fucking freaking maniac drove their car into the building. And I swear to God, dude, if anyone was there at the time, it was closed that day. If anyone was there when the car went through the building, whoever was in the room would have been fucking dead. But thankfully, no one was there, and so they moved business. They collected the insurance money, sold that building for a profit, I guess, and then moved into a new space that's in a far, far better area. And hopefully they can somehow manage to stay in business. But man, oh man. Talk about frickin' being unlucky. I got COVID and then some fucking retard drives into your business and did so in a manner where this cocksucker must have been doing like 70 miles an hour. It's impossible what happened. But he did it. This guy like broke the laws of physics to crash into this building somehow. And man, like I said, anyone who's in that building, if they were in that building at the time, they would have been fucking dead. Jay the Medic says, seems the best Dem strategy is to make elections inaccurate so there is no clear winner and Pelosi can just be the acting POTUS. What can we do if that becomes the case? I don't really know. I see the angle they're trying to play with mail-in voting and that sort of deal, but I don't know if they can really strategize it well enough to get it done by November. This required a decent amount of planning in the past, and they're not going to get any more funding. The Republicans would be insane to put anything towards the Postal Service at this point to help them along. So I don't know if they're actually going to be able to pull off what they're attempting to do because we're so close to the election now. Like, this requires a lot of planning, and I don't see it for them to be able to pull this off. And the issue is that, like I said online, the fucking Postal Service was bragging about how great they are. I had this fucking envelope that kept getting delivered to my house, and it was the wrong zip code, I want to say, and the same number, but the wrong street, the same city ultimately, but the wrong zip code. Like, it's in the city, and I'm in a suburb that's a ways away. So, right number, wrong street, wrong zip code. And it got delivered to my house 3 times. I called the I put it back in my mailbox. They picked it back up. Then it was like a day or so later, maybe 2 days later, it got dropped off again. And I'm like, what the fuck? They gave it to me again? It's obviously the wrong fucking address. So I looked at it, and I'm like, it's easily legible. Like, it's not like the person fucked up in the envelope. So I put it back in my mailbox. I, put the flag back up. The mailman came and picked it up again. And it came a third time. And this time, I want to say it was definitely a few days later. It wasn't immediate. It was a few days later. It showed up a third fucking time. And I was like, man, are you fucking kidding me? So I took a sticker, like one of those bigger stickers that are blank, like blank white. And I got a Sharpie. And I wrote the correct address. And it was still legible. But I wrote it in block letters, like as neat as my handwriting can get. And I just wrote it on there, and I put it back in my mailbox. I called my local post office, and at first no one answered. I had this problem with my credit union too. No one's answering their fucking phones because they're busy jerking off doing nothing, collecting a check. So I was getting really mad because I really didn't want to have to go down there. But eventually I called, and it was like the third time I called. I managed to speak to somebody, and I said, listen, you guys sent me the same envelope 3 times. I've put it back in my mailbox, and I have for the third time, and this time I put a sticker on it, and it has the correct address for wherever they're trying to send it, but it's not my house. Stop sending it here. And he's like, oh, well, I'm sorry. This usually doesn't happen. And I was like, yeah, it doesn't usually happen to me, but it's like I've had wrong deliveries at my house numerous times by the UPS or the Postal Service, USPS, whatever. They've delivered shit to my house wrong a few times. And normally what would happen, it would be my neighbor's mail, and I would just walk it over and put it in their mailbox, and I don't give a fuck, whatever. Just mistakes happen, fine. But you giving me the same fucking letter, and the thing is with my fucking mailman, you stupid asshole, you have to know this is the wrong fucking house to deliver this fucking letter. Come on. You've seen it 3 fucking times. It was in an orange fucking envelope. How many fucking parcels of mail are in bright orange, neon fucking orange, that you keep handling? You have to know by the 3rd fucking time this is the wrong house. But it still got delivered. And I had to mail it back out. And I said this to my parents, like, because my fucking mother goes, why don't you go deliver it to the right address? And I looked at her and I go, what the fuck am I paying taxes for if I'm going to go fucking deliver this thing? I'm paying taxes, and you're telling me, like, I'm paying stamps and shit too? You're telling me I got to go fucking deliver this thing? And this thing was, like, over on the other fucking far side of town. It would take me 15 minutes to go deliver this fucking thing. I'm not delivering this stupid thing. It's their fuck up. Why the hell am I having to deliver it? So I'm like, no. Someone down there's fucking illiterate, apparently. So I got a big-ass white sticker. I slapped it on there. I put in black letters the correct fucking address. And I called and complained. It said it's going to be in my mailbox. Just get it to the right place. There should be no confusion as to the fucking address. If this address doesn't exist by any chance, which I checked and it does, but let's say it doesn't exist. There's no address. It's actually this address. Send it back to the fucking asshole who put it out in the first place. That's what you fucking do. Shit isn't rocket science. Anyways, where the fuck was I? Sean says, hey, Louis, you're one of my favorites. I hope you could never get banned. Question, what's the best way to respond when someone says the reason that statistics show black commit more crimes is because their neighborhoods are over-policed? Well, they won't really buy this, but the answer is the reason why they're over-policed is that's where the crime is. So the only real way that you can, there's probably nicer ways to do this, but the analogy that I would use, it's an analogy. I asked the question, it's a rhetorical question, why did Dillinger rob banks? You ask the person this, why did Dillinger rob banks? It's a saying. And they say, well, I don't know. He said, because that's where the money is. Why do police police particular districts because that's where the crime is. The reason they're not in white neighborhoods, like my suburb, that is multiracial but is mainly white, is because there's no fucking crime here, mostly. Occasionally there's some thefts and shit, but that's about the worst of it. The reason why they're in certain areas is because that's where all the fucking crime is. And here's another thing you can give them. If cops show up on a scene, why are they there? That's another pertinent question to raise to them to make them start fucking thinking about this. If cops show up on a scene, why are they there? And the answer is because someone called them there. And so the question you then pose to them is, do you think they should not answer calls? If they are called and they are told to show up at a scene, like George Floyd's trying to rip off some cashier at a freaking corner store, should they just ignore that call and just leave that person to be victimized and get robbed? Should the police answer the calls? And if they are showing up, it's because they're being called. If there's a huge volume in a particular area that happens to be black, it's because they're being called there. So there is no such thing as being over-policed. There is no such thing as being over-policed. If you're getting hassled by the cops, like I was all the time when I was in Rochester, when I was in Buffalo, when I was in Lackawanna, when I was in Amherst, I was getting hassled by the cops all the time. The reason is people wondering, why is this guy here? Why are you here? What's this guy doing in my neighborhood? Why is this guy on my street? And I would call ahead, and sometimes they'd show up anyways, or sometimes I forget to call and they'd show up, or sometimes they'd see me, there wouldn't be a call, and they'd just pull up and say, hey, what's going on? And sometimes they'd see me, and they'd hassle me. They'd say, well, I don't know, you don't really make a lot of sense. You're a PI, what the fuck, So let's see some ID, give me this, give me that. And most of the time, once I give them my PI license, it sort of clicks, like, okay, yeah, this guy's just a private investigator. Fuck, I got better things to do. Okay, here's all this back. Bye. They just drive off. Sometimes they'd stick around and we'd chat a little bit, but most of the time it was, okay, here's all your shit back. Bye. And they'd just leave. Other times, and this was a rare occasion, this happened to me in Niagara Falls, where I had some younger white cop with a total fucking ego trip with his badge. And he would hassle me beyond belief. This happened to me a few times, and the worst time I imagine was towards the end when I was in Niagara Falls. And of all places, I was parked at my fucking credit union. I parked in the lot. I actually talked to one of the managers there, and she asked you, like, we've seen you out here. What are you doing? I was like, I'm a private investigator watching somebody down the road. But just by the way, I'll give you ID, whatever you need. I'm also a customer here. Like, I have an account here, so you don't have to worry about me. Like, I'm here investigating somebody, but I actually do business here too, and you could check on that. And then she's like, oh, okay, that's totally fine. Didn't care. Didn't matter. The fucking cop showed up. It might have been a neighbor that called them. And they show up, and they hassled me to no end. Like, I'm surprised I didn't get fucking breathalyzed to the degree that they were fucking hassling me. They stopped me, they pulled behind me, they got out, they had me roll all my windows down, they searched my vehicle. They legit searched my vehicle, they had me get out of the car. They didn't cuff me, but they came one step to doing so. They had me put my hands in my car. It was ridiculous. It was nothing more but them hassling me. And the problem was the one cop's like, come on, like, come on, let's go. Come on. Like, he kept come oning him like, it's like Joe Biden. Come on, man. Like, he kept doing that over and over again. Like, dude, obviously this guy is not a criminal. Obviously he's not doing anything. And I told him, I've already talked to a manager here. You can call them. Like, they already know I'm here. I do business here. I'm a PI. I got a license. I'm licensed to do this. If they want me to leave, they can tell me to because it's private property. But I'm a customer, and they already told me I can stay here. Didn't fucking matter to this cop. He went to the nth degree. Searched my fucking car. Searched my fucking person. Called in everything. Called my my PI license. Called in my license. Checked me out. He called in everything. And the other cop, just the whole time, he didn't say sorry or anything because I didn't think you want to undermine the other cop. But, man, the whole time he's like, come on. Just let's get the fuck out of here. But nope. And the thing is, too, I got hassled to the nth degree, and did I really give a shit Am I out here go, fuck the police, they hassled me? Do I harbor a chip on my shoulder? No, because that guy, that individual cop was a fucking douchebag, but he was fucking thorough. That's my complaint. Oh, this asshole cop, he was so thorough with his investigation. What a fucking asshole that cop was. You see what I'm saying here? I got hassled, I got inconvenienced, and I had this guy straight up have me against my own vehicle, search my fucking vehicle. Thank God I wasn't armed that day, or maybe it could have been a fucking problem. Then maybe I'd have a complaint. But I got hassled in a completely unjustified manner, and the fact is, do you see me harboring a fucking grudge? Fucking thorough cops. Terrible. Always performing thorough investigations on people. How terrible. Doing it by the book. So frustrating. Anyways, where was I? Hopefully that helped you, Sean. But you gotta try it. The best way to do it is never get angry. If you actually want to convince a person of something, you have to be as monotone, calm, and slow. You basically need to hold their hand over every fucking thing. And what you need to do especially is provoke them, not incite them or be aggressive or be incendiary, but make them think out of the fucking talking points that are in their head. Oh, police are fucking bad, blacks didn't do blah, blah, blah. You have to break through that and make them think through that. Think, okay, what I believe I can't actually explain, and what you're saying makes sense. Let me think about it, but don't be aggressive. Just hold their hand. Say, this is what I believe. You want to believe that, that's fine, but I think what I think makes sense. Here's why, and think about these things. And I would say that that's, for reasonable people, you're going to break through, and maybe while they won't change their mind that day, they'll start interrogating what they think and why, and they'll expect the other side to be able to deliver something. They'll go to the other side, and they'll say, well, what are you saying? Prove your point. Make a good argument. Make a solid argument like this person that I'm aware of did. And what they're going to be is like, oh, here's a white man, like, here's a white southerner on TikTok. Oh, I don't like niggers. Like, well, what does that have to do with policing? Well, he said nigger, and it's just like, well, that's not an argument. Then that's the kind of thing. That's the kind of thing. Is the other side from this, from what I can see, it's just emotionality. Emotion. Oh, don't you want to just turn your brain off and think that every person's a white supremacist and then cops are evil and that criminals didn't do nothing and all this bullshit? All of that is based on emotion, not any kind of thing that can be demonstrated. It is just din-dos and rage bait and fucking, here's some random boomer in his garage saying, I'm a boomer and niggers. And that doesn't mean anything. But that is what you see from the other side. That is what you see. Here's some guy in a fucking, what's his name? Oh, God. What's his name? It's not Censor TV. Yeah, I think it is Censor TV now. Gavin McInnes. I forgot his name for a second. That polo shirt that the Proud Boys wear. Like, there's a Proud Boy in that, Gavin McInnes fucking polo shirt. Whatever it's called. It's like, oh, scary white people. It's like, what does that have to do with the question? What does any of these things have to do with policing? None of these things have anything to do with policing, but that's what you see. Go look. Go look on all these different left-wing websites. It's going to be fucking Proud Boys and Gavin McInnes and some boomer in his garage saying nigger. It's going to be all this bullshit. It's all based on emotion and all rage bait and stuff that's incendiary. Nothing to do with the hard facts of what's going on. Nothing you can lay out and make a case about. It's specious fucking nonsense. It's information that like the argument itself is a non sequitur. It doesn't follow, but there's so much emotion based in it that they're trying to ramrod that into your brain, so you don't really think about it. And I'm not saying to say this to that person, but that's the fact of the matter of how it is. Jay the Medic says, seems the best STEM strategy... Oh, I already talked... Oh, no. Yeah, I already talked about that. Thank you, Jay and the Medic. Sam says, disown the Petrie article writer from last stream. Not Acadian enough. 2, the problem I have with killing violent criminals is throughout the 1700s, the French and English had massive amounts of hangings, but never lowered the violent crime. Well, I don't know if you can really compare those times to today. I think that fundamentally societies have changed radically from, let's say, the 1700s. I think industrialization has changed humanity in a way that we've gone down a road and there's no going back. And I think there's no real comparison to then. It's only really the philosophy that has stayed to certain degrees consistent. And I don't, like, violence has become abnormal. The problem is that we're not drawing that line anymore. We're blurring lines and we're erasing lines where once were clearly drawn. And both sides agreed. Bull Moose, and by the way, I'm not saying, I already said that, like, I'm not like a pro death penalty person. I've already said this in this. I'm not a pro death penalty person, but I am saying that I trust a cop with a badge that's making a decision, especially when it comes to dealing with a violent criminal. Because I value the officer's life. I don't value the criminal's life. I really, really don't. If the criminal is committing mail fraud or something, then we're not talking about the same kind of person. But if we're dealing with a violent, convicted fucking serial rapist of his own kids and shit, fuck him. Fuck him. If he starts violently fighting a cop and the cop blows his head off, I don't give a shit. Society's better, that guy's fucking dead. To me, it's not even an argument. We're not talking about people, it's not Wesley Snipes and fucking tax evasion or some shit. We're dealing with hardened, fucking violent serial rapists of their own children. Fuck them. I'm not even advocating them being lynched or we're going to put them in a gas chamber or any shit like that, a firing squad. I'm just saying if a cop with a gun makes a decision that this violent guy is going to fucking kill somebody or him, fucking waste him. Empty that magazine. Fuck that criminal. I value the life of innocence. I value the life of that guy's family, which he doesn't because he's fucking raping them. I value the life of the innocents in the area, that cop, everybody involved outside of that fucking criminal. Criminal lives don't matter. Bull Moose says, if Trump doesn't actually start being consistent with what he's doing, is there any reason to vote for him, or is he a lost cause? The policy proposals that he put out are not too bad. It seems like he's staying consistent on foreign policy, on trade. He says he's going to go after China again. I've heard him say this in multiple instances. After this election, he claims he's going to go after China again, and that's great. So I would say that there are reasons to vote for Trump. It's just that, unfortunately, it's Trump. That's it. Like, congressional Republicans are dead. They're not doing shit. Like, they're a waste of fucking oxygen and waste of money. They're not going to do anything. Unfortunately, the last 4 years of Trump's administration, chances are he's going to accomplish certain things. I think he'll be able to do things. But I think when it comes to tech and universities, especially universities, I think nothing's going to happen. But with tech, I think if something happens that can anger Trump to a certain degree, and this has happened a couple times, Trump gets angered. Jared Kushner intervenes, but Trump is still angry, and he sends him away. We just need that, and we need more organization by the people that we have at our disposal, the talkers and the pundits and all that. We need to get them in line to push the issue and basically scare the congressional Republicans through whatever means we have at our disposal and hope that they get in line enough for them to actually do something. Even, let's say they pass, like, I don't even care if it fails in the House. Just pass something in the fucking Senate for the love of fucking God. But congressional Republicans are so terrible at this point that I don't know if we're going to be able to do anything. Like, unfortunately, with Congress and with the right side, with Republicans, like, we need a purge of the fucking party. We need a fucking purge, dude. It's so fucking bad. Congressional Republicans, I don't know, it's probably one of the worst whatever it is, sessions in my life, they're less than worthless. In the House, they have the excuse of not being the majority, but like Kevin McCarthy, who's the House Minority Leader, he's terrible. He needs to fucking go. He's a weakling. He's shit. And is it Mitch McConnell in the Senate? Mitch McConnell, even people shit on him. I think Mitch McConnell, he is enough of a pragmatist that he could be useful. He's not great, but he's useful enough. He's probably not useful on everything, but at least on maybe tech, we could get him to do something. But the problem is that there's just not enough anger and calls and punditry and primarying, and there's just not enough of it. We need more aggression towards the party itself to basically it's like I sent to Lilith earlier, we all got to be Mel Gibson in the first Lethal Weapon. We're on the roof with that suicidal guy, and you say to him, you want to jump? You really want to? Let's do it together. Like, you got to say to the party that you are willing to take everything down. You're willing to burn it all to the ground if we don't get this one thing accomplished. And there's a lot of things, including on immigration, legal immigration, I think we need to be focused on as well. But on tech, that is something I think we can accomplish, but it requires us to scare the party. The issue, the real issue, the bedrock issue is going to be universities. My outlook's pretty bleak for the next 4 years. There just seems to be no real impetus of the Republican Party to do. It's just going to be blank check. What's the Republican priority? Blank check towards Planned Parenthood. Blank check towards fucking universities. Just keep private. They're not privatizing the loans. It's all going to be involved in the federal government, and it's just a blank check attitude. And they're not. I don't see anyone talking about it at all. No one. Not Trump. Not nobody. Not even barely Tucker Carlson anymore. No one's talking about universities. It's just a dead issue right now, and to me, it's like it's in my top 5. But it's there's not many of us that way. Not many of us on the right, ostensibly, are seeing it as a priority issue at the moment. And maybe certain people can see the riots as a bigger issue, fine. But, universities to me is the source. We found the source. We found the source. It is a source. It's not a Band-Aid issue. It's not a symptom. We have found the source, and it is universities. It's not the only one, but it is a big and brazen one. And it is one that isn't a silver bullet, but we should be emptying our magazine into it anyways. Load up some silver rounds and empty the magazines into the universities. Burn them to the fucking ground, and we can solve a major component of what is wrong in this nation. It is a colossal issue, and the right is just not... They don't give a fuck. No one cares. No one's paying attention. And they could do minimal shit, like I said, privatizing student loans, and they don't do fucking anything. Not even shit that would be aligned with, like, neocons. Neocons would be like, yeah, privatize student loans. Not doing fucking anything. No excuse. Pass it in the Senate. No excuse about the House. Pass it in the Senate. Push the issue. But they're not doing fuck all nothing about anything. So, and ultimately, Trump can only prioritize so many things. And unfortunately, in the next 4 years, I have very little hope that they're going to do anything about universities. But on tech, it could still happen. It could still happen on tech. Don't give it up just yet. Just because it's not on there, I think it could still happen, but it requires us to put some real fear into the party. Because the smart move is, this is smart politics. Push the issue, push the issue, push the issue. Make it top 5 for the base Republicans, or at least top 10. It's a button issue for your party. They're censoring us. They're censoring us. They're attacking us. They're attacking us. They're suppressing us. They're suppressing us. They're interfering in the elections. And this is all true. They're interfering in the elections. Push it, push it, push it, push it, push it. Get a bill to the fucking Senate. Just get a bill to the Senate, and then, bam, campaign issue for winning back the House. Now you got an issue to run on for your congressional, or the House Republicans, I mean. You can run on it. We got to stop the censorship. Stop the suppression of the right. They're violating religious freedom. And here's 5 examples of violations of religious freedom on tech. Hit him. Pass a bill in the Senate. Campaign on it in the House. Take back the House. Pass that fucking bill cynically so you win an election. You don't give a fuck. Everyone's just there to get money. Pass that bill anyways, and then it's fucking done. That's smart politics. You gotta really put fear into the party. You gotta make them see it as a campaign issue. Make it seem like an issue that they can run on, that is in the long run of the party, that you can put on a platform. Stop social media suppression of conservatives. Stop social media suppression of Christians. Because Christians love, and this is a fact, even though it is true, that Christians do love to say the Christians are being prosecuted. It is true in so many ways, but here's a narrative for you. The Christians are being prosecuted by these atheists in Silicon Valley. Find me the fucking lie. You in the chat, is it a lie to say that Christians are being suppressed by the atheists in the West Coast and the left coast? They're not being suppressed? They are. So let's fucking run on it. Let's see here. So yeah, to Bull Moose, I do think there are reasons to vote for Trump, and the ones that I have in mind are foreign policy and trade. I think he's been very strong on trade. And he's telling me, he's whispering in my ear, Louis, it's going to be tremendous. I'm going to fuck China. Louis, listen to me. Vote for me. I'm going to fuck China. He claims he's going to fuck China in more way than one. He's talking about the trade deal. The trade deals he's done in the past. He's bringing them up as if he's going to change them. He's saying he's going to go after him because of COVID. He's whispering those sweet nothings in my ear, and that's one of my top 5. One of my top 5 still to this day is trade. And if I got Trump whispering in my ear that he's going to fuck China, then great. I'm pulling that fucking lever. Do it, Trump. Do it. Now what? Oh, no. Oh, my God. Holy shit. So a guy named Chris Capitalist, who might be one of these libertarians I'm talking about on Twitter, fucking sent me this shit. Oh my god. Hold on. It's not long, but holy shit, dude. This is fucking wild.
What do we do? That's right.
We born that thing.
That's right. We born that thing. Whoa, that's right, man.
What the fuck?
That's right.
We born that thing.
Whoa, that's right, man.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa, that's right, man. What do we do? That's right.
We born that thing.
Whoa, that's right, man. What do we do?
Oh my god. Oh man, there's some real trigger discipline right there. There's a real fucking firearm safety. It's like watching one of those 1950s NRA videos. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, it's not all communists are bastards sent me that too. Fuck me. That's so bad. Apparently, Alex has sent me this about, what's this guy's name? Blake Jogger. Oh, there's the fucking thing from Detroit I retweeted. What's this fucking faggot's name? Something Blake. What is this guy's name again? Chat, what is this fucking faggot's name? That's right. That's his name? Kang? Is it Kang Blake? Is that his name? Blake Kang? What is his name? Jake Blake? I don't think that's it. Is it Jacob? Is that his actual name, Jacob Blake? Jeff Blake? Why is that? That got me bad, dude. That's funny as fuck. Jacob Blake, Jeff Flake. Who said that? Steven Knitz? Oh, dude, he got me with that one. That is funny as fuck. Jacob Blake, Jeff Flake. That is fucking funny. Jogger Blake. Is it actually Jacob? Are you guys fucking with me? Whatever. I'm calling him Blake Kang. That's what I'm calling him. I think you guys are fucking lying to me. You're claiming he's Jeb Bush and Jeff Flake and all this shit. I'm pretty sure his name is Blake Kang. Anyways, this is the reporting. I came back to the window and I seen 3 officers wrestling with him, said Ray. When they were wrestling him, they had him in a headlock. One officer had him in a headlock. He was holding his arms. No, another officer was punching him in the ribs. They got him on the car, and the female on the car, and the female officer tased him, I think he's trying to say. After she tased him, they wrestled with him more on the back of the car. So they were fucking rolling around with this guy, apparently. They didn't just pull their freaking gun and nuke this guy. I heard them telling him, drop the knife. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Are you telling me this guy had a weapon? Uh-oh. You need to send me the original article there, Chris. Or, excuse me, Chris. Alex. Alex, you need to send me the original article. What, you said you got this on Fox? Send me the actual article. Whoo, boy, you're telling me this guy had a fucking weapon. I heard them telling him, drop the knife, when I was recording and looking. I didn't see a knife, said Ray. I was looking at his hands when they said drop the knife. I didn't see one. Then the video shows Kenosha police unleashing multiple rounds on Blake. Well, the question then is, did he have a knife? Just because they didn't see him have a knife doesn't mean he didn't have a knife. Because why that specific? Why not the bat? Drop the bat. Drop the gun. Why drop the knife? Did he have a knife? What is the question here? Or that's the question here. Fucking up. Going on for a while now, so oops. Yeah, but that's very interesting there, Alex. Thank you. No Name says, for $1, tell me if the super chats have went through to Streamlabs is acting weird. I guess they have, but I don't see your name. It's just 2 lines, like 2 dashes in a row. That's what I see. I don't see anything other than your message. So thank you for sending me that, but I don't see anything but the message. There are 2 dashes. I think we need to use the term rhino more often. I went to my Senator John Cornyn asking why he was pushing police reform during a crime epidemic. His response was essentially, I spent my whole life, or my whole career fighting out for the issue. Why is this normal? Well, it's because they're ultimately sympathetic with the left. Even if they don't want to admit that, they're sympathetic with the left. They're in their upper white, super upper middle class, or wealthy fucking suburb or a townhouse apartment in a nice part of the city. They don't have the faintest fucking idea what's going on. And they don't care. They don't care about these riots and people dying, people getting shot. David Dorn, these other people getting wasted on the streets by these fucking deviants. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They're sympathetic with the plight of the fucking black man. Oh, the poor black man just can't catch a break getting shot by the police. That's what they consider worthy. And you got to keep in mind with these people as well, is that they don't view the left as their moral enemies. They're going to cocktail parties with these people. They're surrounded by these fucking people that all think the same way, that blacks are all dindus and they're the white slave master saviors, the white savior slave masters. They're going to save the black man by just allowing fucking degeneracy in the streets. Unfortunately, you're going to have to vote in the primary for somebody that's worth a shit. Try to find somebody that's running for Senate in your state that's worth a shit. Vote for him. It doesn't mean that that person's going to win. Maybe you try to campaign for him, go door to door to him, make some phone calls for him or something. If you really hate this Cornyn guy, and it sounds like he's a retard, and he's sympathetic to the opposite side, you're not gonna break through to this guy. If he's willing to say that shit to you, then you're not breaking through to this guy. That's his beliefs. You know, you're out there, bull, and you're gonna get fucking murdered. He doesn't care. You're not part of his soiree. He doesn't fucking care. So you're gonna have to find somebody who does. And Bull Moose says, I think Dev is going off the deep end. No, I don't think so. I talked to him the other day. He's fine. All of his takes on these riots have been terrible, and he insists on criticizing the police more than the deviants who are the actual problem. That might be his just like left-wing partisanship sort of deal, sort of coming in where he wants to give that side and try to be reasonable. I think he is still reasonable, so I wouldn't say he's going off the deep end. But I think he's allowing milquetoast bias to get in the way of the truth, which is that the answer isn't going to be social services. It's not going to be me holding their hand because they're slapping it away. They're not interested with grilling with all of us. They're interested in looting our shit and murdering and raping all of us. So that can only be met with force. You know, put me in the situation where, let's say that I'm county executive, or let's say I'm mayor, okay? I'm mayor of a city. I'm the mayor of Buffalo. I'm white, so I never would be, but let's just pretend that, you know, the situation is that I can be mayor of Buffalo. You have that instance where the one woman she drove through and ran over officers. You had that one guy with his fucking a plastic bin bomb who tried to set fire to City Hall, especially after that. Symbolism of that. You go out and you say firmly, even with COVID going on, you're allowed to protest, that's fine. Even if you don't want a permit, you're doing civil disobedience, whatever. But the fact is that we're not tolerating any looting, we're not tolerating any criminality, we're not tolerating any violence. The police are going to we're calling the police in. I'm already called the governor. We're going to have the National Guard standing by. We're going to do everything in our power to keep the streets safe. You're not burning down anything. If you're upset about this, the systems exist for you to take care of it. You can call my office. I can deal with it. I'll meet you. We can deal with this together. But no criminality under any circumstances, and I'm not allowing it. If you do it, you're going to be charged, and we're going to throw the book at you. I don't care if you're an activist. I don't care if you're my own son. I don't care if you're my grandma. I don't care who you are. You're my best friend for my entire life. No one's doing any criminality. We're not tolerating this. I'm not having any innocent being harmed. I'm not having any innocent persons, any bystanders' business burned. If you go out there, you protest, then you protest. If you want to do civil disobedience and not get a permit, then fine, do that. But if you go out there and you engage in any violence, any property destruction, you're going to get arrested, you're going to get the book thrown at you. I'm going to make sure that happens, and I'm going to disobey the state on bail laws. I'm not going to get you out. I'm going to pressure, I'm going to use my political power to keep you in jail where you belong. I'm going to get you remanded. I'm not going to get you any bail. I'm going to disobey the state because that law is bullshit. It benefits criminals, violent criminals. Look downstate. It's out of control downstate. This is my city. I want to keep everybody safe, everybody healthy, everybody happy. And right now I'm going to try to keep everybody happy, and I'm going to try to investigate what's going on with this interaction with these police or whatever's going on. The proper channels exist. There's a million different fucking departments of whatever that we funnel money towards that do fuck all nothing. Go complain to them, go follow the proper channels, call my office, but if you start committing criminal acts, we're going to put you in jail. I'm going to do everything in my power to keep you there because that's where you deserve to be. And I think what that would do is I think it would deter quite a few people to say, well, maybe we go a city over. Maybe we take this to Amherst. Maybe we take this to Niagara Falls. Maybe we drive all the way up to fucking Rochester. You know, we take this to another city where it's got some pussy Democrat who's going to let us get away with it. But if they protest, you got to fucking crack down. And I don't mean just protest where they'll walk in the streets. I mean attacking cars, blocking the highway, fucking burning down businesses, looting places. You come down on them like a ton of bricks. You fucking Rodney King them. And you say, I don't give a shit. You committed criminal acts, you're going to jail, and I will violate state law to keep you there. Because the criminality cannot be tolerated. I'm not going to become Minneapolis. I'm not becoming Atlanta. We're not letting our city burn down because I'm not letting any innocents be harmed. And if you have to arrest me for violating this insane law that's letting criminals get out scot-free and continue their acts of violence, then I'll go to jail over this. And guess what? That's going to help you fucking politically, even if you're full of shit. People love politicians that actually are willing to put up their security for the sake of, trying to defend the interests of the public. And I think that if I did do that, you'd have to find a whiter city that's not full of people that are black that just aren't going to vote for a white guy. That just is Buffalo, unfortunately. But, if the circumstances were different, then I would say that person had a guaranteed chance at re-election. Because all you need to do is go around and campaign with the business owners whose businesses you fucking saved. They'll be fucking grateful. And what I would do, another thing I would do is, and this is smart politics, same situation, Mayor of Buffalo. Let's say some riots occur, you do your best to clamp down, but some riots occur, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but we got a budget shortfall. The violence, the rioting, we now have a budget shortfall. So unfortunately, people, we got no choice. It's a budget crisis. We're cutting the Gibbs. Oh no, the Gibbs are gone. The Gibbs are gone. We got no money. I'm sorry. We got to fund this. We got to fund that. Well, the fire department. I mean, they're volunteer here, but here we got to fund this. We got these things. We got to fix these things for the snow plows. We got snow coming in the winter. We got to fund. We got to get some salt. We got to get some new plows. We got to pay the plowmen. So we got to cut the Gibbs. Oh no, the riots did this. Oh man, the rioters. Why do they fuck us like this? We got to cut the Gibbs. We got no choice. There you go. That is smart politics. And believe me. If people talk about me running, I'm in a bad situation now, so it's pretty bleak as to that. But you better hope I don't ever run for office. You better fucking hope. Because if by any fucking miracle I get in a seat, you better believe that I'm not some fucking dipshit simp that's gonna be out there being like, oh well, I just want to get along. No, bro, I'm coming out there. And I'm going full dong-zo. Like, I am not going to be a meek career politician. I don't give a shit if I am one term. I am going to wield power, and I am going to govern through fear. Not necessarily of the constituency, but of my enemies. And my enemies, I think, are in general bad people. And I don't think they deserve your mercy. I think that they are bad people. And it's not just because I disagree with them philosophically, like, oh, I didn't vote for you. Okay, I don't care. But, oh, I'm in this position to be a career bureaucrat and just soak up taxpayer dollars. I'm going to make you fear me. And I'm going to try to cost you that job. And I'm going to use the means that I have politically to cost you that job. And if you try to oppose me, well, then I'm going to see if I can strategize your political ruination so that you're basically radioactive. You're untouchable now. And I'll use you as an example. That, hey, well, just look what happened to him. I mean, he tried to make a big deal about this or that. I'm just trying to get rid of this bureaucrat. He could have been shifted to this or that. I tried to work with this and that person to make this work, but he was so, obstinate about this, and he just made it a big deal than it had to be. And, well, I guess he is where he is, and it's by his own hand. When it comes to politics, I'm not stupid. I don't think I am. And I think that if I were in a position that I don't care if I do serve one term, I just want to be there. and I think I can do a hell of a lot of good. But I don't really believe in the notion of it is still governing through consent, because you are elected to that office. But once you take that office, you are the state. So when people talk about the state, well, that's our elected officials. So if you are an elected official, you are the state. And so when it comes to, the executive positions especially, and this is true for legislative, but executive positions, so county executive, mayors, that sort of thing, governors. All the other branches, all the agencies are below you. And if they don't fear you, then you are not doing your job right. You are not governing as you should. And this is the thing. Cuomo governs in this fashion. But the problem is that he does it for his own reasons. He does it for his own cynical interests. He doesn't believe fucking anything. He's just enriching his friends, enriching himself. He likes to be the big dick governor. He doesn't give a fuck about anything else. Whereas with me, it's not about, I'm the big dick politician. It's about the fact that I actually want to live in a good society. And I think that the only way to govern truly is to make everyone below you, but when it comes to government, elected officials are on top and everyone else is below. Everyone below you should fear you. And if they don't, there's a problem there. If they're like, you're my buddy, you're my pal, you got me this job, and I'm making $200K a year to do fuck all nothing, that's the problem. That's not good government. That's corrupt government. Everyone in government should fucking fear you if you are the elected official. Because you are the one that decides whether they have a job or not. And if that isn't the fact, then there's a question there. There's a question there as it comes to accountability. How do you hold the bureaucrat accountable? How do you hold the apparatchik accountable if the elected official can't get rid of them? There's the judiciary, but I'm talking about specifically underneath the branches of that particular branch of government itself. If you can't get rid of the apparatchiks, there's a problem. And that's what I mean. So, therefore, any head of government or any position in that sort of office where you have people below you, they should fear you. You shouldn't be their fucking friend. You're their boss, but they should fear you. Because if they don't, the question's why. Is it because it's your cousin? Is that why? I know this guy all my life. He's my fucking cousin. It's how I got the job after all. There's the problem then. Louis has the dream where a man is not judged by the color of his skin, but the charcoal of his grill. That's very nice there, Tyler. Bull Moose says again, I might have to end my subscribe star next month as I have lost my job. Yeah, don't bother there, Bull, if you've lost your job. So here's some change just in case. Final question: are the French white? I would have to say yes. By my estimates, unfortunately, they and the Germans. I mean, it would be like asking, are the Germans white? And I would say it's pretty clear. Like the Germans, the Austrians, a bunch of the different like Scandinavian types, the English, meaning the Anglo-Saxons. Like there's a bunch of people that I would say are white. I would just say the French, they're kind of down the road far enough to where they are white, but they don't act white. And I don't just mean that in like a meme sense. I mean that like philosophically, they're not really Anglo anymore. They've kind of forsaken everything for collectivist pipe dream bullshit. The French Revolution was a fucking mistake. And it seems like eventually there is going to be another revolution in France. It's just a matter of time. But the problem is with the fucking French, it's like, oh, fuck collectivism. Oh, fuck collectivism. Okay, revolution time. Okay, what's the answer? Yay, collectivism! Yay, collectivism! Like, every fucking time with the French. I don't know what it is with them, but it's like, hey, you know, the English have their problems, and so do we. But when's the last English revolution? Can someone explain to me when England last had a revolution? I don't fucking know. When's the last time England had a civil war? America had a civil war in 1865, but, I would say that even still, it's that was for a combination of reasons that had to deal with the sovereignty of our government, and we were moving really fast. I think that's another problem, is that 1791, afterwards, between that, I would have to say, 1820, 25, there's not really a lot that goes on. Obviously, the War of 1812, but that brings people together. It's not splitting them apart. But, man, the acceleration in technology and manifest destiny and spreading out through the United States and rise in population, the 1800s in the United States was fucking insane. It was insane. I mean, the 20th century was crazy too, but it doesn't it pales in comparison to all the fucking shit that was going on at once in the 1800s. It was crazy. It was a crazy century in the United States. And I think with the Civil War, the problem was we were moving too fast. We were moving too fast. There was too much internal pressure with people who didn't want to change in a certain way, with the different culture and aspirations between different groups of people, the corruption that was rampant in the North, and the resistance to change in the South. The issue of the 1800s in the United States was the problem of the overly ambitious that were willing to basically sacrifice the future of the United States for the immediate, and the people that wanted to make the United States a true power in the world. And that you could see that. I would have to look it up. But when we started intervening more, we grew our country. We expanded tremendously. We did all the land buys. At some point in the United States, super aggressive people took over politics, and they pushed that shit for decades. It was just decade after decade of expansion, growth, expansion at any fucking cost. And people died and suffered because of that, and it's probably half the reason we had the fucking Civil War. But it was the outlook. And we got to the fucking, that was the 19th century. We got to the fucking 20th century, and we were bulked up and ready to go. And everyone underestimated us. The fucking Japs underestimated us. The Germans underestimated us. Everyone underestimated us. And we came out with our big swinging dick and fucked everybody. And everyone's like, oh, the Americans, they got plenty of people, and they got these cheap, tanks and shit. But it's like, yeah, we also have the nuclear bomb, you fucking European niggers, and the niggers in Asia, and we're going to fucking wipe out the world. We have a weapon of mass destruction that was unthinkable outside of the time that it happened. And we were the big swinging dick of the fucking world. And the fucking Second World War ended, and there we were alone. We were the hegemon of the fucking world at that point. We had bases and military and infrastructure everywhere. What we had in the Pacific was total domination. Total domination over every aspect of the Pacific. And in Europe as well. We had bases everywhere. We had allies everywhere. They were blown out, beat to shit, but there were no competitors. And, dude, we're nothing but, tobacco farming radicals at the beginning of the 1800s. So the beginning of the 19th century, we're fucking farming tobacco, and we're talking about fucking bullshit abstract nonsense. The sovereignty of the individual and liberty and blah, 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 as we're fucking farming tobacco. And then a fucking century later, we're bombing the fucking Japanese and forcing this nation, this power, into, what was it? Not unqualified, surrender. What the fuck was it? Unconditional surrender. We force them into unconditional surrender. We come in with our big swinging dick, and we say, you know what? Your fucking faggot, short emperor is not a god. Your emperor is just a man. Your fucking state religion is wrong. Now there's secularism. You want to do anything about it? Too fucking bad, we'll nuke you again, faggot. Shut the fuck up, go grow some rice, keep your fucking mouth shut. You don't have a military anymore. We did that to one of the strongest powers in the world. And there's moral consideration there, but again, 1 century. It's insane. It's insane. It's something you can barely fathom, to the degree that we grew and to the degree that we came up as the power of the world, the hegemon of the world. It's so unbelievable. And then, and so this is the argument, getting back to what Bull Moose said, this is why I think the French should just embrace individualism. Let go of this collectivist fucking nonsense. I know I have very little hope they ever will, because it's just so baked into them as a people, for how long they still have that notion as being a people. But just drop it. Like, this collectivist bullshit, postmodernism, which as far as I'm aware originated in fucking France, it's dead. This shit is wrong. It's just wrong. It doesn't result in anything good. Drop it. Drop that flag. Embrace individualism. Embrace that the fucking English are right. And that you shouldn't have fought with them. You should have been allies always. You're wrong to fight the English. The English were the good guys. Don't burn down Versailles, or I think we should declare war on France. I got my conditions, and I swear to God, if the Muslims ever burn down Versailles, dude, I swear to God, I will go full radicalization, dude. I will go to the nth degree. Like, I'm going to be New Zealand levels of black-pilled if they fucking burn down Versailles. Like, I'll be ready to go. And I mean that. Because to me, that's a symbolism of Western prosperity. And I know that it's, people can show it's decadence of nobility and that sort of thing. But that to me is, we were prosperous, we built this, and it's so beautiful that it lasts to this day, and come see it. And it's still beautiful now. Come see this beautiful marvel that has exchanged hands, and it has been repaired and changed and modified over time, and still to this day lasts. It's extremely beautiful. And if a Muslim burns it down, it's not because it's just another house. It's because he's targeting it for the purposes of desecrating and destroying Western culture. And if I will make an exception in my position of being against state execution, so the death penalty, capital punishment. I am against capital punishment. But if anyone ever, let's even just tries to light a fire in Versailles, hang them from the nearest pole. No jury, no trial. If they're caught in the act, just hang them. Because, like, if we are incapable of defending the monuments to our civilizations, if we are incapable of defending these things, then we're not worthy of them, and we must be. And the only thing these people understand is violence. That's the only thing these people understand. They show that time and time again through their actions. So we must show them that we are willing to defend these things with brutal force. It's like smacking a dog on its nose, so that they fucking understand what the problem, what the conditions are. You do this, you're gonna fucking die. And like I say, there are ways that I can become black-pilled. There are ways that you can push me to be fully black-pilled. And I mean in a real way, even though I make fun of it and I say you shouldn't be, and I agree you shouldn't be. But I'm just saying, I have my limitations to where I be black-pilled. And I swear to God, if that's, like, say something like that happens, some fucking Muslim goes into Versailles and tries to light a fire and they catch him or something, bro, I would be in full support of an invasion of France, and I mean this, an invasion of France. We invade France, we topple their government, we incarcerate all the Muslims, we deport them, we exile them from France, we depose all the fucking cocksuckers in France that set these conditions, and we run their fucking government. Just like it was in fucking Japan. If you won't stand up, I will, we should. And I'll go it. I'll fucking, you draft me, I'll go. I'll go fight in France. I'll do it. And I mean it. I'll fucking sign up tomorrow. If this shit happens, we're going into France to topple their government, I will sign up tonight and go fight. So, I mean that. We have to show that we're willing to stand up for our societies, for our civilizations. And there aren't many. Like, let's say in the UK, that they light some monument in the UK on fire. I'm going to hate it and say that, there should be brutal repercussions and that sort of thing. But I have my monuments for our civilizations that I'm very particular to, that I have a very clear soft spot for, and that I will never tolerate any molestation of. From foreign actors that are doing it for the purposes, like, it's not like some guy draws some shit on Versailles or pisses on the wall, something like that, arrest him and do away with him and all that. But if this guy is a terrorist setting fire for the purposes of trying to demoralize us because they want to invade our nation, invade our nations, invade our countries, and destroy Western society, then the gloves are coming off, fuck them, and we need to stand up to these people. And we need to do so brutally. No quarter, no mercy. Because that's the only thing they understand. Truly. I'm not just saying it, it is the fact. They don't understand. That's why they engage in that tactic. It's why they use violence. It's because they know it works. They know it's effective. And I think that we that actually believe still in the West, we can only be pushed so far. And so, yes, call me a neocon. I will be in full-throated support of the toppling of the French government if they allow these Muslims to burn Versailles. Invade and topple that weak shit government. Save France, because it's unwilling to save itself. We need these, I saw people, Sargon talking about that guillotine in Seattle or wherever it was, Portland, where the guillotine was out there. He's saying guillotine. I'm saying guillotine. Pull out the guillotines and take care of these fucking terrorists. And we'll see how that goes over. I'll challenge all you Anglos. Neocon Francophile Louis. I mean, you're not exactly wrong. You're not exactly wrong. Oh, shit. But yeah, I don't know what it was like in the CC situation in New Zealand, like what it was that sent that guy over the edge. I think he did go to France and saw like the Muslims doing whatever. But, they tried to burn down the Notre Dame. That's whatever. I mean, it's horrible, especially if whatever. I think it's a Catholic church. It's pretty horrible if you're a fucking Catholic. The imagery of that, and thankfully it didn't burn to the ground. They just fucked it up. Hopefully they can rebuild it and restore it in that. But it's not even that. Like them burning that, I hated it, and it shows you that they're targeting fucking Catholicism and Christendom. They're targeting it. As it is with all the French churches. They're targeting Christendom. That's very clear. But burning a church, in my view, is fucking evil. However, like attacking a monument to Western civilization, such as it is, like if you ask me, a terrorist attacks something, what is going to radicalize me more? A terrorist attacks fucking Statue of Liberty. I'm a New Yorker. They attack Statue of Liberty. Will that anger me? Yes. Will it make me like pro like anger and violence and let's fucking do something and invade Iraq 3.0, something like that? Yeah. It's going to anger me and incite me and all the rest of it. But it isn't really going to black pill me. It's just going to continue. It's probably going to be a Muslim doing it, but let's say it's somebody else doing it. It's a communist. Oh, fuck communists and all the rest. But it's not going to black pill me, even if it's the Statue of Liberty. some monument out west, whatever, gets attacked, whatever. There are particular monuments. Let's say the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C. That's something that would possibly radicalize me. They attacked the White House. That'll possibly radicalize me. What's another one that I can think of? I got another one. What is it? I forget the name of it. It's in Greece. It's in Athens. I'm forgetting the name of it. Which, not really great to say that it would radicalize me, but it would definitely blackpill me more than like the Statue of Liberty. Somebody shouted out in the chat. It's in ancient Athens monuments. Shouted out. I can't remember the word for the life of me. I sit here, sounding like a fucking idiot talking about this. Parthenon, thank you, Jesus. I don't know why I forgot that word. Sorry. But yeah, Parthenon in Athens, or what would be just Greece, if like they blew that up, that would fucking radicalize me. No, it's not. It's not in Rome. What are you talking about? Are people mixing up words? I'm pretty sure Parthenon is correct. Are you guys mixing up words in the chat? Somebody said the Colosseum. What are you talking about? That's in Italy. What are you talking about? Are you just fucking with me now? Are you just trolling? But anyways, you got to keep in mind, when it comes to Athens, okay, that is the bedrock of Western philosophy. Aristotle, and even before that, my favorite philosopher, Socrates. Anytime they're attacking Greece, they're trying to fuck up Greece, they are as well attacking Western philosophy. They're trying to attack the bedrock of our civilizations. I see people saying Pantheon? Oh, Pantheon and Parthenon. Okay, I said Parthenon. Somebody else is saying Pantheon. Anyways, you guys are mixed up in the chat. I'm mixed up and you're making everything more confused. In any case, yeah. My point is that if anything's going to blackpill me, it's just going to be a handful of monuments that I feel is an attack on Western civilization. Or an attack on America that I find to be unforgivable. Like, let's say, Muslims, they get together some kind of, even though it's a fucking fortress now, they manage to, bulk up and they make some kind of crazy fucking truck bomb and they drive it straight into the White House and blow it up and it burns to the fucking ground. Then I'm like to the point where it's like, okay, it's roundup time. It's roundup time. We're done. I'm straight up, arming up, going to the Capitol saying, you're doing a Muslim ban in total. No more Muslims allowed in, and the ones that have any semblance of a checkered history, they're out. They're gone. Fuck their citizenship. If the fucking English can revoke it, so can we. They're out. Gone that day. And I'm showing up at state capitol with a gun. Because if this doesn't happen, it's fucking revolution time. Or Congress. Halls of Congress. That's another one. They burn down the halls of Congress. It's go time. It's go time. We're ready to go. This is it. State capitol with a gun time. You either take care of these people or we will. No more. The rights move. Nope. Out. Go. Bye. Get out. Gone. Done. Again, not Statue of Liberty. Blow it up. Okay, whatever. Empire State Building. Burn it down. Okay, that's too bad. It still anger me, but. I mean, let's say they burn it down, but no one got killed, fortunately. Okay, I mean, it's too bad it's gone, but thank God no one died. But it's the symbols of, let's say, Congress. It's the symbols of the White House. It's those particular ones where it's like, no, it's fucking go time. It's fucking black pill time. You know, it's time to load up, head to the state capitol, and you got a short time span. You take care of these problems as a representatives, or there's a lamppost right there, and now we're in charge. Now we're the representatives, and we'll decide what the fuck happens. You send, I'm going down to Congress. My neighbor's going down to Congress, and he's voting for roundups. You know, that's what it's going to be. Oh, the Constitution, the courts? Okay, suspend the courts. Suspend the courts then. Then there is no question about constitutionality. When the bedrock of our civilization is at stake, when we reach that point where we have domestic terrorists everywhere, sorry, but it's roundup time. Then the courts can shut up and they can close down, and I don't want to hear any more about the Constitution because these people are ready to go. And that would be another one. Burn the Constitution. Somebody somehow gets into where you see the display in Washington, D.C. of the Constitution, and they burn the Constitution. That's a black pill. That's total black pill right there. That's another one. Same with Versailles. That's roundup time, you know? But yeah, I would say, honestly, if it were... I would have to put it on like a checklist, like black pill radicalization checklist for Louis Le Vau. And I would say burning of the Constitution, like the actual document, that would it has to be my top 3. Has to be my top 3. I don't know. I'd have to think about this more if it would be my number 1, but I'm for sure burning the Constitution. Or the Declaration. I would say the Constitution more so than the Declaration. Both would be bad, but the Constitution in particular, because I think that would be that they have taken a scalp. Like, our enemies have taken a scalp. And it's go time. Time to take their scalps, and not in a metaphorical fashion like that, but the real time. You know, the real deal. Because it's go time then. I think Versailles might be in my top 5. I don't know if it would be in my top 3, though. That would be a funny list. We got to do this. We got to create this meme of your list of black pills. Like, question: if what would be the conditions in which you would be fully radicalized, fully black pilled, to be ready to engage in like a civil war, engage in violence, and this sort of thing? Like, what would be your top 10 of factors that would push you over the edge? And have like a whole list of examples of, a terrorist for X group burns the Constitution, or firebombs the White House, or, a whole bunch of these different examples. They attack monuments, they do this, they take this action. Like, what are all these lines? And I would imagine for a lot of people, well, maybe I'm alone on this. I'll put this to the chat. Say yes or no. Yes meaning it would be, no it wouldn't be. To those of you in the chat, would burning the U.S. Constitution be a black pill for you? Would you be like ready to rock, armed, ready, ready to engage in political violence if X group burned the U.S. Constitution of the known groups? Would you be radicalized? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. Yes or no? Or is it just, it's metaphor, it's symbol, who cares? It's symbols for the simple-minded, who cares? Is that your position? Yes or no? Yes for it would radicalize you, no for it's just a symbol, whatever. So far, I have not seen a no. Oh, there's one no. I saw a no. Great Indoors, 1979. Are you American? Great American, or Great Indoors, 1979. Are you actually even American? We need to call this guy out in the chat. He's the only no. And he might be trolling. Well, say why, you douche. Oh, you're not American? Okay, well then you can fuck off there. Great indoors. Shut up there. Hold on. Get this chat here. Oh, I can't do anything on this. I was going to mute you or something, but I can't. Oh, well. I like all the foreigners in the chat saying boogaloo. There's foreigners in the chat, but like, yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. If they burn the Constitution in America, I'm like halfway across the world with fuck it. Hey, why not? Yeah, well, I mean, you have to consider, like, even if you are a foreigner, even though America's fucked up in many ways, you have to keep an eye on us, at least that there are very positive aspects to the United States. And I think that if we are able to get through where we were and back to like the 90s, as much of a dream as that is, getting back to the 90s, it's like the 90s without all the fucking criminal violence in the urban centers. Where people are like, hey, let's joke about race and shit. Oh, he's gay. Oh, you fag. Just no one cares. It's not a big deal. Culture is just normal. Action movies are about Americans being badass, and Harrison Ford is the fucking president on the airplane killing, and Gary Oldman and quipping and shit. Society goes to a way in which culture is not awful 100% of the time. I would say that come here. No matter where you are in the world, come to the United States during that era and just spend some months here. Like, I knew some exchange students when I was in high school. Like, there were exchange students and I met a bunch of foreigners when I was in college too, but shit was already going sideways then. But in high school, I knew some exchange students. I had one from France, Germany, and one other place in Europe. And they fucking loved it here. They fucking loved it here. Even though they're going to high school and probably got picked on for having an accent and whatever else, they fucking loved it here. And I'm not saying that where you come from is a bad place, but I think that there is a reason why all kinds of foreigners come to the United States and love this nation, genuinely do love it. And it's because they come here and whatever it is about this country, whatever it is for them individually that they love about it, that there's something to love. And it seems that for quite a lot of people all across this world, there's something to love. But the issue is that the people that come here that love our fucking welfare system, they gotta go. They gotta go. We need to get rid of those systems so that way it's like, okay, go away now. You're not getting any more Gibbs. Gibbs are gone, sorry. Or restrict them so it's only for U.S. citizens, that it isn't just based on birthright. That's going to be one of the hardest issues we're going to have to address in this century, I think, is birthright citizenship. Because it's an unmitigated fucking disaster. And we are fucked if we don't address that. Seemingly. Yeah, post-Cold War, pre-9/11. That's the 90s. Pre-9/11, dude, I don't know if we could ever go back to pre-9/11 days. It seems like with the neocons dying out, I would say that there's a chance that we could go past, go back or reform ourselves to being pre-9/11. But man, is that going to be a fucking hill to climb. And you know that the issues we're going to have to get past is, in order to get rid of the surveillance state, we're going to have to showcase to enough people to say, vote in these people because we've dealt with crime. We've dealt with terrorism. Like, we're like Poland now. We're all homogenous and happy, and we're multiracial, but we're all happy now, and we all agree, and blah, blah, blah. Crime is basically non-existent. And we don't really have a problem with terrorism anymore. So we don't need THS or Is it THS? I think I'm conflating two acronyms. Anyways, we don't need Homeland Security. We don't need whatever the fuck it is in airports that I'm forgetting. We don't need all of these massive federal bureaucracies that serve no purpose outside of fucking security theater after 9/11. And the NSA, we can fucking pull them back. We can pull the FBI back. We can pull DOD back. We can pull all these different things back, save trillions of fucking dollars. And we don't have to... TSA, sorry. What did I say? THA? TVA? Tennessee Valley Authority? TEA? Yeah, I think that it is possible for us to be in a post 9/11. You know, the post 9/11 world, kind of like post-punk. Post 9/11, it is possible, but one, the boomers are going to have to die off. Two, we're going to have to become more homogenous as a society. Three, we're going to have to lower crimes severely and make an arguable case, a demonstrable case, that we have severely lowered the chances of terrorism in America. And it's just, you follow that checklist down. I think enough people will go, yeah, this is right. We don't need all this federal bureaucracy bullshit. We're spending trillions of dollars and not really doing anything. We've eliminated this threat. And the boomers are dead, and the neocons are gone. So we got enough of a just cause. We got enough of a constituent vote, pass these laws, do away with this, and hey, it's gone. We go back to normal where you can carry a gun and smoke in an airport. That'd be great. So yeah, you claim that I'm black pill, but no, I still am an idealist. You grew up in post 9/11, it's all you know? Is that diddly doodler? Yeah. You must be young there, dude. I grew up during the 90s, and it was magical, and none of us knew it. None of us had any idea how magical the 90s were. It wasn't obviously perfect by any means. Same goes with the 80s. People talk about the 80s. The 80s had plenty enough problems itself. But it wasn't the fucking 70s. It wasn't the fucking 60s. Even the 50s had their fair share of problems. But, it was fucking 2000s, dude. Holy shit, that things start going sideways. And post 2010, dude, it's been a fucking nightmare world. People joke about, like, alternative timelines and shit about being in TV shows and stuff, whatever the meme is now. And it's like because people cannot believe the world we live in. And it's just terrible. And it really is. It is terrible. There used to be a time where you had conservative Christians, their biggest complaint was fucking Bill Clinton getting his dick sucked in the White House, in the Oval Office. Like, that was the fucking national story. Bill Clinton got his dick sucked and lied about it, and holy shit, that's our biggest problem. And then, fucking a bunch of planes crashed in a field in Pennsylvania into the Pentagon, and then 2 fucking towers that collapsed in New York City, and then it's over. The whole fucking country has lost its fucking mind. We're invading 2 countries, and then the left goes crazy, becomes Marxist, and then everything is just unraveling. It's amazing to me to think of 2000 was 20 years ago, obviously, how far we have gone. How far this country has gone to where, Trump is just some random jerk off on The Apprentice to being the fucking president, and I'm pulling that fucking lever wearing a MAGA cap saying that he's our last greatest hope. Jesus fucking Christ. How far we have come. It's been 20 fucking years. Yeah, the post 2010s have been the worst of my fucking life, outside of, high school and all that bullshit, me being a little dweeb and all that. But in terms of just objectively American society, dude, post 2010s have been awful. The 2010 to 2020 has been abysmal, and holy shit, dude, I was right about the Clown World Decade. Everyone on Earth can suck my dick. I was right about the Clown World Decade. How has this not been the worst year in memory for so many people? I lost my job in fucking April. I am still unemployed. This year has been awful. And it seems like that I am not alone in that characterization. Anyways, I think I was on a super chat. But yeah, Bull Moose, if you lose your job, don't give me any money. Save your money. Good luck finding another fucking job, bro. Jay says, thank God I don't work in New York. I could never look Cuomo in the eyes. He murdered those grannies in their gurneys in the Saturday night, or SNFs? I'm not sure what you mean. Are you saying grannies in the nursing homes? It's sickening when my colleagues break their Hippocratic... Oh, yeah, you must be talking about the fucking nursing homes. It's sickening when my colleagues break their Hippocratic oaths. Politics over science is the new medicine. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where we are, man. I mean, welcome to fucking clown world, dude. What can you do? Just better get used to it. That's my position. Just, it is what it is. We gotta hope that we can fucking fix this shit over time. I swear to God, dude, so many of these issues, like shit like birthright citizenship, all this shit, dude. Everything with the Marxist shit, it's why I'm so animate about universities. Even if I got my fucking wishes on universities tomorrow, it's still going to take 100 years to fix this shit. Immigration. It's going to take 100 years. I'm probably going to be dead before we fix this shit. It's going to take 100 years to fix this fucking shit. Look at where we were in 2000 to where we are now and how awful it is. Where literally I'm like, everyone's going ballistic on my own Twitter right now. People are adding me on Twitter because of the riots all over America. This is a nightmare world. And it's 2020. It's the first year of the clown world decade, ladies and gentlemen. We have a long haul to fixing this shit. And I swear to God, even if we solve the university issue tomorrow, it's going to take 100 years to fix our education system. It's going to take 100 fucking years to de-radicalize all the fucking crazies. They're going to have to die off. We're going to have to let the communists die. And just push them out of every education position possible. We're going to have to pass a fucking constitutional amendment to ban communists from participating in education. Some draconian shit just to remedy this situation. Because if we don't, we're going to have a civil war. We're just going to have a civil war if we don't do this. If we don't take the steps necessary to de-radicalize what we have, cut off the source and all the different sources. This is going to be a fight that is going to take 100 fucking years. Because that Congress already is not doing anything when they could. It's simple shit like privatizing student loans. It's been like 4 fucking years and nothing's changed. 4 years of Trump, nothing's changed. They controlled every aspect of the White House, the Congress, House, Senate. Nothing. Nothing to do with universities at all. Even ideological interests did nothing. Fixing this is going to take 100 years. You watch. I mean, the 20th century took 100 years to fuck everything up. Not even. Pretty much 50 years to fuck everything up. But, I think it's going to take us another 100 years to fix this. I think it's going to take the rest of the century to fix all these problems. Seems to be a storm of some kind outside. Good luck with, I guess you're a doctor, you say you're a medic. I know, does that mean you're an EMT? I've met some EMTs and I've talked to some EMTs. There seem to be like normal EMTs and then fucking weird EMTs. And if you are like a EMT of that variety, I'm sure you know this. I don't know why, I can't explain it, but that's what I've been told, and I've even seen it myself, that there's normal EMTs. I worked with a guy who was an EMT. He did part-time as a guard. and full-time as a EMT, and I think he was trying to buy a house, and he had a wife and shit, and he was trying to start a family, so it made sense. He's working part-time as a guard to get extra money. And he told me about, like, his co-employees, and he was he's just normal dude. And I met another friend of his who was another EMT, who was total normal dude. But he had co-employees that were just fucking weirdos, just total fucking weirdos. And it was more than one that are EMTs. I don't know, maybe I'm just generalizing, but, like, I've had several people that, outside of just that one guy, where it's like there's normal EMTs and then fucking weirdo EMTs. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong about that. Where was I? Let's see. Tesseract, I think it is, or Tesla Rack, yeah, says, have you seen Mouthy Buddha's Pedogate videos? It's some crazy shit. Is that to do with, cuties, or is that something else? I'm not sure. I don't watch Mouthy Buddha. I know who he is, though. Tesla Rack says, some guy in the chat wants to debate how much do you need to free speech you on Subscribestar to have a call-in show. I want to... I come to your channel for the spice, and I wonder how spicy the community is as a whole. Would be entertaining. I guess that would be possible. I'd have to set up Skype to do that. The problem is I'd have to, like, vet the calls, I would imagine, because I don't really want to have people call me and then scream in my ear. Or, like, I've seen this before. Prank calling shows where it's not, like, funny prank calls, or even trolling, which can go either way, but just, like, ear spam shit. That's the kind of thing I'd be scared of, because then I'd have people giving me shit like, oh, bro, you need to screen your calls, because you got somebody calling in who ear rapes us all, because I'm wearing a headphone, I'm trying to work out, or I'm on a, subway, and I get ear raped because you had some faggot call up. I've seen where that happens, and I've seen, like, the community, even though I know you can't do anything about it, because you have to have somebody in the background screening the calls, but I have seen that happen, and, bro, communities get fucking inflamed when that shit happens. So, it's a good idea, but, I'd have to figure out how to do it. I'd probably have to do it over Skype, even though I don't like Skype and I haven't used it in a while. I guess you could do it over Discord, but I don't want to start my own Discord server. That'd probably be the easiest way is Discord, but I really, really don't want to start a Discord server. I'd have to, like, talk to Sargon to see if there's any channels on his that maybe I could talk him into letting me, like, have admin on and just drop people in and out of. Like, maybe I could do that, but I really, really don't want to start my own server. So I don't know. It's honestly not something I've thought more about. I mean, my what would be the word? What I do on this channel and with streams is speak for hours. I pontificate for hours. That is kind of what I do here. But what you say is interesting. I would have to consider it. And if enough people want it, then maybe I would do it. I get some memes. I guess I'll retweet this, even though it has a dual meaning to it. Tendy sent this at me. I'll retweet that. That has a dual meaning to it, and I'm aware. What does he have on him? I'm just going to put this here for everyone to see. That is Jacob Blakefellow that had a knife in his hand. If you can see, you could see it for yourself in the video and go to the 7-second mark and zoom in. And that's pretty blurry. I'm not sure if I can say, oh yeah, he definitely has a weapon. I mean, it's kind of weird, like I said, that they'd be saying drop the weapon, if he... And they were specific about what it was. They're not saying drop the pipe, drop the bat. They're saying drop the knife. And he's got some sort of thing in his hand. It could be a phone. To give the benefit of the doubt, it could be a fucking phone. But it could be a knife. It could be like in a phone, like a rectangle right here. It could be like leaning partly in his hand how he's holding it. Or it could be a blade. This could be a blade right here. I don't know. if they put it in the report that there's a fucking they took a knife on him, then I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that he did. It's not like they're gonna fucking plant it on him in this day and age. Gotta be a dumb fucking cop to do that shit. I've seen that on body cam. Some dumb fucking cop that plants evidence. And it's like, are you fucking retarded? All you need is one person to question the case, and they're just gonna fucking review your footage. Dumb fucking retard. Corrupt cops, dude. They get caught mad easy nowadays, by the way. I know people like to say whatever, but crooked cops, dude, they get caught mad easy. You gotta have some serious fucking connections if you're a crooked cop to get away with anything. Yeah. So yeah, I haven't really wanted to debate it that much. Some guy is this the guy Skull that wants to debate me? Well, we're 3 hours in, so that shit's not happening today, bro. So sorry, maybe another day. I don't really know what you want me to debate me about exactly. Tell me what exactly you want to debate about. What else we got? Grill meme. Is that it? Yeah, looks like about it. Alright, let me get back to the super chats. Where was I? So yeah, I'll think about the phone-in thing, but I'm not really sure what I would do to do it, how many people would be interesting, and how to deal with getting prank calls and shit. Because I think even viewers of mine who like me would probably prank call. Medic says, sorry, last message. Yeah, you're an EMT. Half EMTs are wackos, furries, no problem there. Map, whoa, really? Wow, dude, I don't know. That sounds pretty hyperbolic to me, dude. Half of fucking medics are pedos. I don't know, dude. That's stretching it. SJW, same with nurses and doctors. Shame the state of medicine in Seattle. Our fire and EMS are actively embattled against PD. I don't even know who would be who in terms of who's the SJWs and who's not in that case. But yeah, I don't know. I can agree with you that half of EMTs are weirdos and wackos because that's been what I've been told by people who were, and it was more than one. It was more than one instance where I had an interaction. I had an interaction with an EMT at a guard job where a thief got cut on car, like he broke into a car window and cut his hand on the glass and like fucked himself up something bad, and so he collapsed and he's bleeding out, and I had just come in and there was like cops and ambulances everywhere, and I was like, what the fuck's going on? And I got told by the previous guard, he's like, yeah, some fucking guy broke into a car and cut himself up something fierce and collapsed, and I found him and I had to call the police and EMT to take care of this guy. And I'm trying to remember the exact thing of what happened, but I was talking to the guard who stayed on scene because the manager, our supervisor, told him to stay till it got dealt with, because I had no idea what the fuck was going on. So he was catching me up to speed, and a cop, it was like a sergeant, was talking to him because there had been break-ins, and they thought maybe this was a guy, and so they wanted to question him. And I said to him, based on what was happening, you know, it might have been like a string of people that were coming in because, the people they were catching, they had IDs on them that were, like, not from the area. And we were discussing where we thought they were from, what was going on, what we could do to try to catch them before they broke in so they wouldn't get all fucked up and got to cart them off. We're discussing all these different things about security and what was going on with the police. And the EMT came in. It was this random guy, a random white guy. And he comes up to us. He was just tall. That's another thing about EMTs. My experience is a lot of tall EMTs. Comes up to us, and we're speaking, and he interrupts us about the guy. And I looked at him like, dude, we're in the middle of a fucking conversation. I was like, dude, hold on. Like, I said to him, whoa, like, stop. I said, listen, whatever's going on with the guy, that's one thing. I said, we're trying to talk about the break-ins because he might have, because I said to him, what had been happening in recent days is that there was always more than one fucking guy breaking in the cars. And I said, like, our jobs are on the fucking line here. We got to catch these fucking guys. So just give us a sec here, dude. If you got to take this guy in, take him in, whatever, give a report. We'll give it to the city. And I said to him, like, the city's going to contact us and go through our company. Like, there's a chain for that, and it's not you talking to us. Like, we got to talk to the sergeant here because we got to deal with this now because we're going to have a detective coming in the morning, and I'm going to be here right as he arrives. Like, we got shit to talk about here, so just hold on. And he fucking snapped. And he's like, you know, I'm here trying to save people and blah, blah, blah. And it caught me by surprise. And the cop just looked at him, and he said something to the extent of, like, calm down, psycho, like, some shit like that. I was like, whoa, like, I just backed off, and I was like, put my hands up, I was like, fucking whoa, like, what the fuck? The guy, like, exploded on me. And I said to him, and I said it just like, I was like, do you know this fucking guy? Like, that's what I figured it was, like, he knew him. And he goes, no. It's like, why you get so fucking animated about then? Like, Jesus Christ, this guy's a thief. Like, it's not like I just cut him up with glass. He just cut himself up and collapsed, and we're the ones who saved this cocksucker's life. This guy was bleeding out in a fucking stairwell. By the way, guess who's the asshole who had to mop that shit up? Mop up a fucking puddle of blood. Thankfully, because of what my supervisor said, I didn't clean up the fucking walls. There's blood all over the fucking walls. Straight out of the fucking Shining. I just had to clean up the floor because it was a hazard. So I had to fucking do a half-assed fucking jerry-rigged hillbilly hazmat suit. Clean up all the fucking blood. Took me like 2 hours. But hey, I got paid to clean up blood and do fuck all else. So that's fine. It's usually, I was working overnights at that point, and it sucked ass. So I freaking dealt with that matter. Everybody cleaned out. The other guard went home. I pounded like 2 Red Bulls and spent 2 hours cleaning up blood in a fucking stairwell. And after I did that, I went around, and they wouldn't let us lock the fucking doors because of people were parking and had to go in and out. So I basically blockaded them for the rest of the night because I was afraid there's another fucking guy. He's waiting for everyone to leave. He's going to fucking come back. So I blockaded all the fucking doors. And I made sure that the only way in and out of there, outside of walking up to in-ramps to the parking garage part, only real way to get in was through the back where I couldn't see you. And you'd have to walk up. Or right in front of me. Right in front of the security office where I would see it. So I made sure that no one could get in and out of that place for the rest of the fucking night until the detective could show up. Because to me, it's fucking stupid. If you got a crime scene, you lock it down. You don't just say, oh no, Louis, it's fine. Just open the fucking doors and let everything stand by. No. I said, fuck that. I removed the blockades an hour before I left. But that place was locked down in a way that it was unlike pretty much any other point when I was there, outside of like one other time when it was broken in. Where there was car break-ins specifically. Because that's all it ever was car break-ins. But, yeah, it's not fun cleaning up blood, by the way. It's a pain in the ass. And it's a huge biohazard, because this guy's probably some fucking junky, HIV-infected piece of shit. People in the chat. Are people debating in the chat or something? What's going on? Half of medics are professional TikTok dancers. Let's see here. Was that it? Let me check. Medic says, I made a couple, I meant to combo things. Not half are actual maps. It's like it's small, but they too are often present. Okay. Well, that's, pretty unbelievable that you have open pedophiles that are medics. That's pretty fucking scary that you have open pedophiles. I can't imagine ever meeting someone that is like, yeah, by the way, I'm a minor attracted person. It's like, holy shit. Then it's just like, oh, okay. Are you on anything? Are you seeing anybody about this? Like, holy shit. Okay, universal healthcare time. Let's get you to a fucking shrink. Something. I know what the Christian conservatives in my audience think. I know what their solution's gonna be, but I'm gonna wag my finger at you guys. No, let's try to do something first. Let's try to help these fucking people to the best of our ability first. If they start going in sniffing like fucking Biden style, then maybe we gotta do what we gotta do. But, fuck, man, we just gotta try to put them on Xanax or some shit. Alright. I think that is about it. See, this is the best part. This is the irony of myself in this fucking channel. After saying all that about the maps, I am going to put up a loli as one of the spicy images for the evening. A pizza-eating loli. She has modest tits. Not big tits, but modest tits. But she is definitely a loli. Eating some pizza. So you can enjoy that. I got one other one. These ones definitely are lolis. I'll give you a taste of that. Let me find that one. Well, it's not a... See, this... Great transition, by the way, you know? Here's the other one. These ones are definitely lolis right here. But this is close enough. I'm told this is from, I think, a phone game. Okay, I've already seen that. Let me check my timeline, see if there's anything going on here. Apparently some retard claimed that Nikki Haley is a white woman. That's not even her name. Her name really isn't Nikki Haley as far as I know. And fuck her. Fuck Nikki Haley. She's a fucking piece of shit neocon. If you want Nikki Haley to be the president, you're a fucking idiot. Sorry. And maybe there's supporters in my audience of her. She's a fucking neocon piece of shit. She's a snake. No way in a million years would I trust her. Okay, so Andy No apparently found, I'll grab this. Apparently this is the video of, Blake Kang fighting with the cops. Oh, god damn it. Sorry. Oh man, there was a kid there too. Oh shit. Oh man, that could have been some bad crossfire right there. Shit. But I gotta say, I mean, the cops, you gotta do what you gotta do. These fucking stupid moms, get these kids the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. You could say whatever about the cops and these kids in the crossfire, but it's the parents' fault. They're fucking screaming, doing shit. The kids are just running in front of these cops.
Mom, get back! Mom! 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 You have to get back!
anyways, yeah, he was wrestling around with him. Let's see here. I'm still debating. I saw somebody sent me a thing about cuties. Again, not a great image to have on screen talking about this, but I'm still debating whether I want to do a video on the cuties thing or not, because it seems that a bunch of people have already covered it. There's only real one perspective to take on it. I haven't really seen it. I figured that if I wanted to make it unique, I'd go through the fucking trailer, because it seems like no one's going through the trailer. And the whole excuse of the people, like, the people behind it, like the producer and the writer and the director, they're like super huge French SJWs. And they're like, no, this is a parody, this is satire, this is commentary, this is criticism. If you watch the fucking trailer, I don't see any of that. I don't see one word, any iota that would imply that to be any kind of criticism. It seems to be full-throated endorsement of this behavior. And the fact is, by the way, another false narrative is, they had the poster they had, or the thumbnail, whatever the fuck, that they had for the thing on Netflix America. It showed like them doing this like a dance routine thing. That's in the trailer. So they're like, no, this doesn't represent them, like them in these skimpy outfits. It's in the fucking trailer. That poster is based on the fucking trailer. So don't give me this, oh no, this is misrepresentative, this doesn't really show what it is. It's in the fucking trailer, you dumbasses. If any of you people that actually watched the fucking trailer, you'd know that was representative of the work. You can't claim it isn't. Change the description, whatever. It's still a mature-rated movie about promiscuous fucking prepubescent girls. Like, ugh. That is what it is. It is a film about girls who are promiscuous, who are prepubescent in, like, the dance. Wear skimpy outfits, are promiscuous, and they're, like, fucking 11, 12. And they dance, too. There's that. But the outfits they wore on the poster, it's in the trailer. They wear them in the film. In any case, yeah, I'm still debating whether I want to do a video on that or not. I already talked about Joe Biden tonight, so I'm probably not going to do a video on that, so that acts as that video for the time being. But I'm still debating on the cuties issue, because the first day, dude, I think I said this early in the stream, I definitely wanted to do a commentary. I was going to do a commentary that day on it, but I hedged. I hesitated. I was like, oh, man, like, maybe there's more to this, maybe there's less to this. Like, I wasn't sure whether I knew enough yet. I should have just done it that day. I would have had the perfect take. I would have condemned it. All these other assholes would have been, oh, these false narratives, this or that, misrepresented. It is a mature-rated film about sexualizing underage girls. And underage, I don't mean 16 years old, I mean fucking 11. Okay? And that is clear in just the trailer that is what this movie is about. And the thing is that I've already had 2 people message me, one on Substar, one on Facebook. Lou, you should get a free thing on Netflix and you should watch and review that fucking film. And I'm like, oh man, like that is some fucking black pill bleak shit. Like, I do not want to watch this weirdo pedo fucking French film of little girls being groomed into becoming whores. Like, that is nightmare fuel shit. I don't want to watch that. Like, my entire, even if these girls were fucking 17, okay? This is not about fucking 11-year-olds. This is 16, 17-year-olds where it's like, okay, barely legal territory. My goal is for them to be fucking trad. Okay, that is my fantasy. These are trad girls. I'm not into fucking whores. Whores disgust me. And I don't know, maybe this is just kind of the revolution we need to have in terms of men. This is the thought situation. This is the simp situation. But I don't know what to tell you. I don't care if these girls are the best looking girls in the world and they're at the ripe age of 20, they're at the peak of beauty and all this nonsense. A whore is a whore. And they disgust me. So, I mean, the fact is that when it comes to all fucking promiscuity of women and all sexualization, yeah, who the fuck is doing that? Is it going to be the Christian conservatives? Is it going to be fucking me? Who is it? Who are the ones that are pushing promiscuity? It's going to be leftists. It's going to be left-on-left violence, where it's okay to spread your pussy in front of police like that one photo was. That's fine. But it's not if it's because, it's not in a strip club and a man's looking at her and paying her a $10 bill, which, by the way, I've never been to a strip club. Very likely never will go to a strip club. I don't want to go to a strip club. It's disgusting. The girls on stage are fucking whores. I don't want to see it. I'm sorry if you're related to somebody that does that. It's whorish and it's disgusting to me. In any case, point being, who the fuck is pushing promiscuity? It ain't me. It's not me with my retarded ideals about marriage and romance. It's not me. It's not Christian conservatives. So who is it? I know some people are going to get red-pilled in the fucking chat and say that, it's going to start with a J. And I have to say that there's a ton of white people involved with the promotion of promiscuity of women and that deal. However, the fact is that if the issue is in itself promiscuity, then the left has to then promote that. They have to then promote promiscuity in all forms, libertine attitude in all forms, so that there's any kind of coherence. Or if you're against promiscuity and exploitation of women, you should be pushing social conservatism. Left-wing, I guess, social conservatism. But you don't want both. You want to attack the beauty standard. You want to attack sexualization. You want to attack even models having the ability to have a job. You want to attack booth babes, which you did forever ago in gaming. You want to attack the girls that are, holding up a sign in a boxing match or whatever the fuck else. Just girls posing for a magazine. You want to attack everything and at the same time have a girl on the street spreading her pussy to a cop. Your ideology is fundamentally incoherent. And the issue is that when it comes to a matter of taste is subjective, but we have to draw a line. We all have to draw lines. In society, we have to draw a line. There's a legal line, obviously, which I've already talked about, but the issue is be coherent. Yeah, coherent. Doesn't help if you don't speak well. Be coherent in your worldview. And I think that I largely am coherent in my worldview. What I have on screen is a girl, Goyle, sound like I'm in Newark, eating a cheese pizza. But this is a fake girl. Non-existent girl eating a cheese pizza. Or not really. Actually, no, it's got some toppings. It looks like mushrooms and green pepper, I think it is. Not a pizza I would eat. But in any case, promiscuity is acceptable in certain forms so long as you have controls over your impulses and your behavior. And the issue is that there is an incoherent libertine attitude on the left that is, it seems, just centered in Marxism. Like, that seems to be, people say postmodernism, but whatever, tomato, tomato. It's communism, it's Marxism, so it is what it is, and I don't like it. I would like women to have the option to put on a sport bra, whatever it is, and hot pants, leggings, whatever the fuck, and go, walk around, strut around at a racetrack or at a boxing match or at a game convention in hot shorts and a tank top. That's fine. I'm not going to be drooling over some girl who's trying to sell me a product, because I understand that that's the transaction. It'll be nice to talk to a cute girl, because I'm sure that's what all men want. All men, no matter who they are, unless they're gay, want to talk to an attractive woman, even if it's just about a product. It's fun to have that conversation because you're surrounded by the attention of attractive women. Oh, that's so fantastic. It's a great feeling. I've had it myself. But I don't want to suppress the ability to limit women having advantages in employment and that sort of thing, because that's all pre-wall unemployment, or employment, I mean. Anytime you're being a booth babe or anything like that, it's all pre-wall. And that's good. It's fine. But when it comes to other such matters of behavior where you're getting past just, being a spokesman for a product and you're doing all sorts of sexual things for cash and that sort of thing, well, the fact is that you're engaging in whorish behavior, and that's your decision, but the fact is that all of us are going to judge you based on that. We are going to judge you. Doesn't mean you're a bad person. Doesn't mean you're retarded or whatever else, or you're a lost cause, or you're mind broken like an anime or something like that. But it does mean that you are engaging in behavior that is socially taboo and is taboo for a reason. We don't want every woman acting that way. We don't want every person acting that way. We don't want to live in some fucking degenerate orgy society. I don't want to live in the fall of Rome. I don't want to live in Gomorrah, okay? Because naturally, as it seems, the more that promiscuity is just accepted and just grows and grows and grows, and there's just no control on it, and every kid is born out of fucking wedlock, and promiscuous sex among certain cultures, that being gay culture, is just perfectly mainstream and normal. Well, now all of a sudden we got pedo shit everywhere. We got legit pedo shit fucking everywhere. We got drag queens here, and we got fucking cuties there. This shit's everywhere now. And to me, that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to be abusing kids like that. And I don't want to live in Gomorrah. And I would say that everybody listening to me, we don't want to live in Gomorrah. So we need to be setting these lines. And say that judgment may not be nice. Being called a whore might not be nice, but there's a reason why we have taboos. There's a reason why we have social norms. There's a reason why we do things in the privacy of our bedrooms and not on the fucking street. And it is because it seems that once we let these things go far enough, they start spiraling out of control, and then kids are getting raped. It seems that there is a slippery slope to that. I know people like, so slippery slope, that's a meme. We're living in it. We're living in the clown world where there's pedo shit fucking everywhere. Ban lowly, but there's pedo shit fucking everywhere. Like legit pedo shit everywhere. We're starring in movies. This is a satire and a commentary and a criticism, but at the same time, we're just promoting open prepubescent fucking pedophilia. And I got people messaging me saying that I should fucking review it. No, I'd rather fucking shoot myself. You paid me $500, I'll fucking review it or some shit. Okay, there. You pressured me enough. Maybe pay me less so I don't have to claim it in unemployment. But, you overwhelmingly pay me, maybe I'll have the incentive to view that nightmare fucking film. Because I think, with a lot of people, I don't think there's going to be a lot of people watching that fucking movie, dude. I don't think a lot of us, because I talked to Sargon about this, and I've talked to two other people that I message on Twitter. I don't think anyone's going to watch that shit. I don't think anyone wants to. It's coming out in a few days, bro. No one's going to watch that shit. No one wants to. And I get why, right? I don't want to fucking watch it because it's nightmare fuel. It is quintessential to the fucking clown world that we live in. Like, it's claiming to be a satire or a criticism. It looks like straight up propaganda. And the trailer makes it to be like straight up propaganda. I don't see one word of it, not one scene in that trailer or anything in the definition of the what it is. Like, nothing about it says then something happens, or the girl realizes maybe my mom's right. Something like, nothing shows that this girl is going to be anything but a disgusting whore by the end of the movie, and she's fucking 11 years old. What the fuck? Like, how can she even understand the idea of, like, showing off your body. Like, this is a meme from South Park. Like, this is Raisin Girls. This is a fucking joke. There's no way. There's no way some 11-year-old girl is going to be experimenting with her sexuality. No way. It's not happening. So, where's it coming from them? Or then? It's coming from the fucking director. It's coming from the adults that want to make this fucking disgusting film. They're the source. It's not little girls where this isn't something that's occurring in real life. It's not. And especially in France, it's not. It's these psycho leftist fucking pedophiles, apologists, I guess. No, RuPaul, shut the fuck up there, Steven. Shut up, Steven. You're wrong. RuPaul has endorsed. All the top people in drag have endorsed fucking drag kids. So you said drag story time, but drag kids. They've all endorsed it. I'll find you a fucking article now if you challenge me. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Drag kids is mainstream in drag. Gay culture is shit. All of it. You want to know what the culture of Gomorrah is? Gay culture. It's unsalvageable. It should be discarded and left behind. It's disgusting. And there's no policing of it. I've talked to gay people. I've talked to gay people who agree with me completely on that. So I don't want to fucking hear it. Don't give me that. What's not in your sub feed? Is it this stream? Because I've gotten that before. Let me check this. Alright, well this looks like we're running out. And I'm running out of energy, too. My voice is starting to get kind of hoarse, too, because I've been yelling and doing that bit. And we've been going for almost 4.5 hours, so... oh, my God, it's 3 in the morning. I just realized it's 3 in the morning. I was not paying attention to the time. Okay, we're definitely going to have to end it here. I stayed up way too late. I shouldn't have gone this far. Whoops. Oh, well, no wonder I'm getting tired. I'm like, man, I'm feeling kind of sore. I'm getting kind of tired. What the fuck? 3 in the morning. Oh, man. Anyways, if you got any, I'm paying attention to the chat. If you got any super chats you are waiting on, send in the super chats. Send in any last super chats, ask any last questions, whatever. We got to wrap this up. There's people in Europe watching me. It's like in the morning. They're like, wow, this guy's streaming in the morning. That's great. It's fucking 3 a.m. here. Anything left? We got any last questions? I can feel it, though. My throat's getting sore. So my voice is getting strained. And it's likely just because of the time. If we're early in the evening, you know, overnight, early in the a.m., I'd be fine. But it's now 3, so it's getting late. Or it's getting early, I should say, really. I guess everyone's out of questions. Everyone's just saying goodnight. Oh, man. It's a good thing I didn't have any kind of tea or nothing. That'd be a bad idea. Just drinking my carbonated water. Alright, it looks like we are good. Oh, no. $1 from Bull Moose, and he says, Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong. Well, I mean, that was another thing. I might still do a video on that. I'm not really sure. It's kind of dated news. I'm honestly questioning. I don't know when they're going to come up with their verdict, but I figured, I was like, oh, man, considering that body cam, this guy, there's no way this guy's getting convicted on shit. That body cam is damning for the defense. Oh, man, I already said, dude, fucking I got a super chat or a Streamlabs chat, whatever. Chat says you need to set a donor goal, so we force you to review cuties. Dude, it's gonna have to be a high fucking dollar amount, man. I don't want to. Oh, God. That's gonna be fucking terrible. But the thing is like I said, one of the reasons why I have the inclination to do it is because I don't think any of the people complaining about it are going to watch it. I don't think any of the people that have talked about it for a few days and written stories about it, I don't think any of them are going to watch it. Because they're like, it's just some bullshit, obscure French film. I'll give a hit piece on it, whatever. It's the story of today, a week later, whatever. I don't think any of these people are going to fucking watch it. And that's what makes me think I should review this. I should go in, even if it is just a lazy review, I should watch the film, cut out some scenes, write some shit down on my legal pad, and just showcase you the movie. Because, I mean, who knows? Maybe the fucking film does a fucking curveball, and, like, this girl becomes like a devout Muslim by the end of this shit, and all the other girls kill themselves or some shit, like a moral tale about promiscuity. Maybe it is that, but dude, it isn't in line with the politics of the director and the writer, and none of what I've seen about the film represents it in that fashion. And all the shit about no, none of this is about pedophilia. Like, example, false narrative about the fucking poster. Oh, this isn't accurate. No, it fucking isn't. It's in the fucking trailer. This is in the fucking film. It might be just like a dream sequence or something of her dreaming like she's a star dancer. It's still there. It's still her, like, gyrating her hips and doing all this sexual shit as a fucking 11-year-old. Like, this is what I mean when I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch this shit. It's disgusting. Like, I did the meme on Twitter of fucking Woody Harrelson or the sheriff from the first season of True Detective. I don't, like, why are you showing me this? I don't want to see this. It is disgusting. If you had 16-year-olds in there, like, and it's some borderline, barely legal shit, the girl's 19, but she's pretending to be 16, it's still taboo, and I'd be more willing to watch it because it's taboo, but it's not disgusting. She's barely legal, but the actress is 19. Fair enough. These are fucking underage girls playing underage girls. This is disgusting as fuck. I don't want to watch this. I think most of you understand where I'm coming from in that. But yeah, I don't know, if you want me to review it, I guess I will. I could probably get, like, register my YouTube email with Netflix, because I had an account forever ago, like fucking 2010 maybe. I had a Netflix account. We're going back a ways when I had Netflix. So I don't want to. It probably will block me from getting a free account or free access for 30 days if you sign up. But I don't want to pay for that fucking shit. Give me a free account, which I think I could do through my email for YouTube, and I'll watch it that way. Just sign up for a 30-day account, watch that stupid fucking film, and review it. But I don't even know if having you guys pay me, I don't really want it to be held against me. Because like I said, I don't think anyone's going to review it. I don't think anyone's going to actually stomach watching that shit. And review it. I really don't. And the people that will, holy fuck. Ooh, man. You're going to have, like, map channels or whatever the fuck reviewing it. Ugh. It isn't really, cause, Diddly Dooler said if they called it IRL Lolita, I really don't think it is that. I don't really think it is IRL Lolita, because Lolita is, like, a specific genre of erotica, like, taboo shit, whatever. It's pretty specific, and I really, really don't think this is that. Because in particular, this seems very ideological. That film seems very ideological. And when it comes to, like, taboo erotica, it isn't what it's about. It's about the fetish. It's about the borderline taboo content and the titillation of that, the interest of that. That's what it's about. I really don't think this is IRL Lolita. I really don't think it is. I think that what it presents itself is ideologically in line with, like, pro-pedophilia. That's how it comes across to me. Or it's apologia towards pedophilia. Because at some point in this fucking film, there have to be some adults involved. There has to be. And what the fuck is going to happen there? Watch it with Dev? Oh, man. Yeah, where does he live, in Canada? Is he live in Ontario? I live just under Ontario, although Ontario is kind of big. I'll show up at his house and we'll fucking watch it together on his couch. We'll be ready to fucking end it. Hopefully he owns a gun so at the end of the fucking film we can kill ourselves. Should I show you the trailer here? Should we end with that? Or do you guys not want to see it? Because I'm going to probably show it if I do a video on it. I'm probably going to show it to you. I'll probably just show you the full fucking thing and, like, break it down and show you the aspects of it. Like, slow it down so you can see it. What do you guys think in the chat? Should we just end it here at 3:30 in the fucking morning? No. Are you sure? Are you sure, chat? See, this is what I mean. No one wants to face the fucking horror. You're the coward, or I guess you're heeding Nietzsche's advice of not staring into the abyss. You're heeding Nietzsche's advice. You're like, no, I don't want to stare into the abyss, Louis. I don't want to see it. I'm sitting here. I'm like, I'm ready to do it. I'm ready to stare into that fucking abyss, man. What happens, happens. I should go on EFAP and do it. Oh man, that would be wild. That would be wild. That's how I finally get onto fucking Mueller's show. I finally get onto anything. I go on to EFAP to review the trailer for Cuties. Holy shit. You guys need to go pester Mueller. Go pester Mueller on Twitter, on Discord, whatever. Go pester him. Tell him that you want to get Louis Le Vau on EFAP to review fucking Cuties. Oh my god. Oh, that's not going to help my fucking reputation among certain paranoid people about me. That isn't going to help me. I'm ready to stare into the abyss, man. I don't give a fuck. Bull Moose just paid me $5 so that he doesn't see the trailer. You fucking coward. Stare into the... I'm going to force your head into the abyss. I'm going to have to put, like, a trigger warning on the video. If I do a video on Cuties, I'm going to have to put, like, a trigger warning on it. In case you guys don't want to see this disgusting shit. I'll call Mueller whatever I want. You're saying a Mueller or whatever. I'll call him a Mueller. Fuck you. EFAP at your... No, dude. There's no... Dude, you would get taken down so quick on YouTube. It would be insane. And I can't stream anywhere else. I would have to do it... Where could I stream? Doing, like, a breakdown of Cuties where I would show it. Like, I'm going to have to be very particular in terms of how I actually show the scenes in the movie. Because I guarantee you, if I sit down and watch this movie with an analytical mind, and that's the only way I'm going to be able to fucking do it, I'm going to have to start taking notes on my legal pad. I'm going to have to note time marks and scenes, and I'm going to show them to you. If they're bad enough, if they make the point of my argument enough, I'm going to show them to you. But I'm going to have to fucking trigger warning them, apparently, to you people. You're afraid of staring into the abyss. Twitch. Yeah, right. I've had people tell me go on Twitch, dude. I even have a Twitch channel. I'm not going on Twitch. I'm gonna get banned in a fucking day. I'm not going on Twitch. Pornhub. You can't stream on Pornhub. Or actually, I guess you can. I didn't even think about it. I was like, you can't stream on Pornhub. Oh, wait, yeah, you can. I don't really watch a lot of like cam girl shit. I never have been interested in that. It's all the same thing. It's like I don't get anyone that watches cam girl shit. It's all the same shit. Some girl sitting on her bed or on her couch playing with herself. It's the same video. Who cares? D-Live? If that's the one that PewDiePie invested in, then no, that one is a fucking scam site. I don't remember at this point. Alright, I guess we are now done. I guess we're ready to put this to rest, finally. I'll check Twitter one more time just to see if there's any more rioting going on. But it's so early in the morning, everyone... Oh no! There's... Okay, what the fuck is this? There's some guy in some, like, post-apocalyptic fucking outfit with a broom that's on fire. Look at this. He looks like a fucking raider. That's metal as fuck. Not really. It isn't really. I disagree. It's goofy. But it is funny, at least. It's entertaining. I'm gonna retweet that, I guess. Looks like that might be it. It seems like there's not much going on in wherever the fuck. They set fire to a Department of Corrections building in Kenosha, apparently. But I don't see that. I just see that furniture store on fire. And that looks like about it. Doesn't seem like there's anything else going on for riot news. Yep. That looks like it's about it. Oh my god, dude, they stole a fucking police cruiser? Are you serious? Oh, I lost it. Fuck. Where is that? Let me link that shit. Where is it? Here it is.
Look at them. They just stole a cop car. They just stole a fucking cop car. They just stole a cop car. Look at them.
Wow.
They just stole a cop car.
Are they shooting at the car? What are those pops?
They just stole a cop car. Look at them.
They're either shooting or trying to break open the windows. I'm not sure. See, that's fucking dangerous, though. You can laugh about that shit. Dude, they got ARs. They got, like, all kinds of shit in that cruiser. That's fucking dangerous. I saw that one time body cam video of a cop that was trying to deal with some fucking homeless junkie, and he jumped in his cruiser and started like grabbing at shit, and he had his AR fully loaded, like locked and loaded, sitting right in front of the between the seats, and the guy just opened up on him. The cop lit him up because he was reaching for it from what I could see. So you're pretty much limited to what you're limited to. If you got some fucking junkie jumping in your cruiser, grabbing at your fucking ready, locked and loaded fucking AR with a round in the chamber, hey, what are you gonna do? Light that cocksucker up. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is. Purge this shit with the Emperor's Holy Light, says Ro. And stop there. So no more. I'm done now. I'm done. Tired. We'll stop. Yeah, if you want me to go on, let's. I'll spam. I'll put something on Twitter right now. Try to remember Mueller's handle. I'll add him. Let's do at Mueller. You say Mahler. I'm saying Mueller. Fuck you. At Mueller. We should review cuties together. Hold on, let me see. Netflix's cuties. Only cowards are afraid of staring into the abyss. Alright, let me make sure I spelled everything right. Looks good. Yep. He already follows me, too. I talked to him a while ago. I was supposed to go on EFAP or whatever, but it never happened. We should review Netflix's cuties together. Only cowards are afraid of staring. Ooh, here could have staring is staring. That is correct. Starring is starring. I used to make that mistake. Just get me on Long Man Bad Show, and we can. That'll be my visit to that show, is reviewing the worst thing possible. So go for it, guys. There's 400 people in this chat. 400 fucking people watching this stream. Go on Twitter. Favorite this. Retweet it. At Mueller. Tell them, let's do it. It's 2020. We're going full Gamora. Let's end it all. And let's stare into the abyss. Let us stare into the abyss together. Let's hold hands and stare into the abyss. So it's out there. There's 400 people watching this right now. Almost 500. If you got a fucking Twitter account, get on there right now. 400 people. Well, there was almost 500. Now there's only 400. Get on Twitter. Well, I guess after this, if you're watching on a phone, then fine, just wait. But, well, you don't want to wait much longer. But make sure you do it. Make sure you get on Twitter. Like this, retweet this, promote this. It's up right now. It's my most recent tweet. Get me on EFAP, and we're going to review fucking cuties. Come on, there's 400 fucking people listening to this. Let's go. Let's go. 400 people listening to this. Get on my Twitter, at Louis Le Vau. Get me on EFAP, and let's fucking review this fucking pedo shit. Let's do it. Let's get fucking Mueller banned from fucking YouTube for reviewing this pedophilic garbage. Sargon isn't really on Twitter. Sargon has nothing but burner accounts. So there's no one really to retweet it to that degree. So let's go. 405 people listening. 400 people. Get on Twitter. Get on Twitter. Tweet this shit, at this shit. Let's go. At Louis Le Vau. Retweet, favorite, whatever. Get me on EFAP. We're reviewing fucking cuties. Let's do it. Come on, people. There's a lot of people listening to this. Oh, man. You guys have failed me. Failed me for the last time. I know it's 3 in the morning. All you Euro trash are listening to this. God damn it. Get on Twitter and get me on EFAP, and we are reviewing cuties. Adam on Discord. He's on Twitter. Would Parler be okay with cuties? There's a big question with that. I don't know about that. They're pretty fucking broad brushed, I guess, with what they consider to be inappropriate content. They're pretty harsh, so it's possible. Wait, you people are up and there's plenty of Eurotrash around. Get the fuck on there and retweet this shit. I'll put it out in the morning again. Gold God says, review pedo garbage. Good enough. Good enough. Let's get this. Let's have this happen, man. Let's get this going. Retweet this. Get this trending. I'm going on EFAP, and we're all staring into the abyss together, and it's all going to end. 2020 is going to culminate with me being on this podcast / whatever, and we're reviewing this degenerate shit. Let's get it moving. Let's get this fucking trending. But that'll be about it. I think that's about it. I should probably go to bed. Oh, shit. Someone just messaged me. Who was that? Oh, I think someone... Hold on. What is this? I think this might be Diddler Doodler. I don't know. I don't know who messaged me. Oh, this was something else. Never mind. I don't know when that happened. Anyways, I guess this is it. Yep. All right. Well, that's the end of this for the time being. I'm thinking about doing things, but I'm trying to square away what I want to do for a video. But I already wasted... If you scroll back in the stream, you can watch my commentary on Joe Biden. It's pretty quick. But that's pretty much all I had in mind for Joe Biden for the time being. Anyways, we'll end it here before we hit 5 hours. If you haven't already... Follow me on Subscribestar, unless you're losing your job or have lost your job. And even if you have, either way, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Gab, follow me on Parler, follow me on Facebook. You can find all those accounts in the description. And thank you to those who have tonight supported my channel. I appreciate your support. I appreciate the numbers we got tonight. Pretty good. Started off small, low, and jumped up. So good numbers tonight. And good support, good messages, good talk. And hopefully in the near future, I can, not too near, but I can do another stream in the near future. And it could be one like this, and I think this one wasn't too bad. I'm working on some videos. I'm still debating what I want to do. But there will be more content in the near future. And until then, thank you for listening.